So, as a refresher on what we were doing the last time, it is pretty much finishing up Quest for Glory 1. And, fix this. So we're finishing up Quest for Glory 1. And as I've got here in my list, I need to max out my intelligence, which I have set at 92. And I have to then rescue Elsa and banish Baba Yaga. How's it going, NB? So, let's get this show on the road and finish this up after all this grinding that was done. Actually, make sure that it's going to pop up here. There we go. QFG1. And just hero. Yeah, no problem. If you ever see any issues or anything, just let me know. Still kind of new to the whole streaming thing, especially like audio or any kind of buffering issues. So for the most part, I've already completed most of this. And I went through the whole story already, and I've actually maxed out almost all of my stats. So as you can see, it says max intelligence. It was one of my goals because I wanted to max out all of my abilities and my skills. I just bump up the cycles a little. And as you can see here, almost everything is at 100. I am specifically, there's a little bit of lag so far, but only intermittently. All right, I might have to adjust my bit rate a little bit because I'm still kind of experimenting with where it needs to be. I'm gonna try about 3,500. Let's see how that does. That should make it easier for you guys. It's coming in clear over here. No issues so far on my end. All right, so that's good. Generally speaking, if I have a higher bit rate, it's going to result in more buffering for those with slower connections. Problem could be on my end, I can never tell. Yeah. So I'm running in 720p at 30 frames a second. So I'm trying to bring it down as much as possible. But the bit rate can also cause an issue with that. So, and that's something I can control on my end. But anyway, so I have almost all my stats and skills maxed out. I don't have magic, stealth, pick locks, or climbing because I'm going a pure fighter in Quest for Glory 1. And as I have said in the past couple of times, is that when you have a class that you're playing, as one of the nice things about Quest for Glory is you can import the character from one game to the next. However, there are certain issues that arise if you attempt to port the character over later, especially if the game looks at certain skills that you have. So if you're, say, a fighter who has the stealth skill, Quest for Glory 3 is notorious for this. It may see you as being a thief instead of a fighter. And so you can end up losing like your sword and your shield, and it's a whole slew of a mess that I don't want to have to deal with. So last bit that I've literally been doing is first I gotta grab this, drink that. That's a vigor potion so I can get all my stamina back. And I have pretty much just been coming here and doing whoops, gotta turn on numlock on, and just doing this the whole time. And I do this until pretty much my intelligence is maxed out. Now, one of the reasons I'm doing maximum stats is only to get a leg up in Quest for Glory 2 to make things easier, because I'm kind of giving myself a personal goal to max out all my stats in every single game. So communication is a skill that comes in Quest for Glory 2. Communication, I can't actually put points in it in the character creation in the beginning. So the only way to increase it is it takes 3/4 of your intelligence and then adds 1/4 of your luck to determine what the skill is. So if my intelligence and my luck are both 100, then my communication skill will be 100, and that makes life a lot easier for Quest for Glory 2. So essentially, dodging and parrying increase your luck and your intelligence. But dodge appears to do it far better than that of parry. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. I actually only just learned that myself today when I was doing a little bit of research on Quest for Glory 2. I mean, I've played all the games many times, but going into the nuances and details of it, I only just started doing a little bit of that. I also have created a list. Let me actually run away from this. So I started at 92 intelligence. So hopefully I will have gained at least 1 intelligence from that. I got none, unfortunately. I think I spent almost 4 hours 2 days ago just dodging over and over again when I was down to like 58. So it was not the most exciting. Just heal up with the health potion. Also, I don't know why I have rocks in here. Let's get rid of those real quick. But I have created a list, another checklist as well for Quest for Glory 2. And you can actually see that it's right here. I have an honor checklist because I'm planning, I am planning on going Paladin. And you can become a, let me just see something real quick. Okay, perfect. So you can become a Paladin in the second and the third game if you follow certain criteria. I gotta turn this down on my end. There we go. So you can become a Paladin by fulfilling certain requirements. Mostly it has to do with honor. You're really like your starting class doesn't matter when you become a Paladin. You can be a thief, you could be a magic user, you can be a fighter. It's just easiest as a fighter. Chadwick the Dodge Dancer. Yeah, pretty much. I would say out of all of the playtime for this, so this is the 3rd day I'm playing this now. I think I played, what was it, almost 6 hours on Saturday, and then I played a little over 4 hours on Monday. And probably about half that time was just dodging. So it's not really been I've tried to mix it in here and there because I knew for a fact that dodging was going to take a long time. I mean, the skill dodge doesn't, but I couldn't remember which stat it was that took forever to actually level up. It turns out that it is intelligence, which is governed by dodging. So I tried doing it a lot early in the game, then the mid game, and now it's almost exclusively everything I'm doing at the end of the game. Yeah, so it's kind of dry, but I've set a goal for myself, and getting my intelligence to 100 is something that I'm gonna do. Every now and then I'll leave and head over to the healer, sell some of my potions, and also stop dodging for a second. And also pick up some vigor potions. I do need to kill a few of the goblins every now and then just so I can have enough silver to do that, because even though I have quite a bit of money right now, it's actually a lot less than it used to be. Down to 13 there, and I have 3 empty flasks. May as well just go do that now. So first I'll actually get some money real quick, and then we could just quickly get through these guys. So when you end up going through and killing the first guy, when you come back again, you end up fighting 2. And then when you go and fight this 2 of them, you come back again, it's 3, and it continues to go up until there's 8. Sounds like those guys are snoring. Probably. They're supposed to be goblins. So once all of them are dead, then they're all going to be laying all over the ground, and 5 out of the 8 will have money. And it'll be this guy, this guy, this guy, that guy, and that guy. And one of them has 35. All the rest of them, the other ones don't have anything. So, and that, ooh, intelligence is up to 95. So that's the other thing too. A lot of the skills are based upon, it's not like a building meter that happens. What it is it's a % chance to gain a skill point every time you do an action that stat or skill is governed by. So sometimes I can sit there and dodge forever and then get nothing, or I could dodge forever and end up getting like 3 to 5 skill points all in one go. What time is it? Night is still young, so unfortunately the healer is not awake at this time. So instead of drinking potions, I'll just rest whenever I can. I gotta wait until the morning in order to do that. So I'll just continue to dance a bit. So when this is done, my goals after this are to rescue Elsa and banish Baba Yaga. A lot of what I've done already, now keep in mind I've played this game since I was like 10, 11, 12 years old. And one of the things, I mean, this game I can play like blind. But the second game I'm not as familiar because I didn't play it until I was much, much older. Because I actually played the games kind of out of order. I played it as 1, then 5, then 3, then 2, then 4, which is not the order in which you should be playing them. I think I'm enjoying the dodge dance more than I should. Yeah, I'm glad you are. I've been doing this for 2 days straight now. So, not exactly something I care to continue. I mean, it will be a humongous relief to me once my intelligence is 100. It is too much for me. Especially when half your playtime is nothing but the dodge dancing. But the funny thing is, like, I'm going to be doing it again anyway when I get into Quest for Glory 2. Thankfully, intelligence actually can increase through communication and bartering as well, so it won't be as terrible. Play them around the same age, 2 first, then 1, 3, 4, and never played 5. Oh boy, I do have to sleep. I'm actually going to go do that real quick. Ooh, I'll kill this troll first. So when I played them, we used to have a copy of Lands of Lore, and there was a family friend that had a copy of the original Quest for Glory. Well, the VGA version, the one I'm playing right now. And I actually don't need his beard. That's just going to give me even more healing potions. I have so many healing potions. But anyway, we used to have a copy of Lands of Lore, and we traded it with a family friend so that they could play Lands of Lore, and they let us play Quest for Glory. And we traded them back. But that was the first time I'd ever played Quest for Glory, and I thought it was fantastic. And I mean, I thought Lands of Lore was fantastic as well. I have that as well. But so anyway, then another friend many years later, I was like, oh, wait a minute, Quest for Glory 5? What the hell is this? I had no idea that Quest for Glory 2, 3, and 4 even existed at all. And the fact that there was a 5th game that he happened to have, and he had never played any of the other 4, suddenly it dawned on me that this was an entire series. So I pretty much like ran around looking for it, and unfortunately this was like probably the early 2000s. I would say like 2002, 2003, and I couldn't find them anywhere, so I never played them until eventually I found them online before GOG was a thing. And of course, you know, when I went to college, I had no money, so I couldn't actually buy the original copies. And so yeah, that's why I ended up playing 5 first before the other ones. And I just assumed there was only one game, which was Quest for Glory 1. So yeah, but 5, I actually am probably going against the grain here. It is one of my favorite games in the series. I would say that 2 is probably my favorite, just because of how it's structured. I also like the theme of it, which is a very Middle Eastern theme. And then after that, it's 5, and then it's 1, and then it's 4, and then it's 3, which is not the usual way most people would say it. I think most people would say either 2 or 4, you know, alternating between either of those two, with 5 being the last. Because not a lot of people liked it, because it is very much like the tank controls reminiscent of like Resident Evil. Okay, let's get rid of these bottles. How many do I have? 5. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll give the troll beard. Okay, and that means I now have 21 healing potions. Let's buy some vigor potions, stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I don't care if I'm carrying too much. 9. Now, if I didn't go too fast with that, it should be 20. It is not. Just double check, because sometimes it will lag a minute. Yeah, it was not. Because sometimes if you go too quickly, it doesn't it registers the loss of money, but doesn't register the gain of the potion. Okay. All right. Time to go back to the grind. So one of the nice things about having played this for so long as well is that I actually know exactly where everything is very easily. It's actually not hard to figure it out, though. It looked like it updated from 20 to 21 after a second. Did it? It's 20 still. The 21 is from the healing potions. So, all right, back to just dodging. I actually had it was like somewhere between 27 and 31 healing potions at one point, because I went farming a bunch of trolls. And if you go pretty far south in the area, there's a little pathway that leads to the Brigand Fortress, and there's also a stone door that's there. And if you go between the stone door and the Brigand Fortress, it has a really high probability at night of you encountering trolls if you have high stats and everything. So I went farming for trolls for a while, and I ended up killing something like 7 trolls and got 7 other beards. And each beard gives 2 healing potions. So I ended up getting like 14 healing potions, and I wasn't intending on having that many. And each beard is, I think, 0.6 pounds. And then every healing potion is a half a pound. So realistically, you're getting a whole pound for every troll beard that you have. And weight is actually the biggest problem with all of this. Like, I don't care about having that many potions, but it does actually drain your stamina faster for pretty much any action you do if you are overburdened. Now, I'm not super overburdened, so it's not that bad. I'm at 91 pounds, and 90 is my maximum, so it's not too bad. In fact, it's possible if I drink this. No, I'd have to drink another one. 98 intelligence, not much more to go. And then I can finally finish this game. I've really only done this a couple of times in the past where I've maxed out all stats. I have done it as a fighter, which I'm doing now, and I have done it as a magic user. Magic user actually took longer because all of your spells have their own skill level as well, and you end up getting 4, 8, I think like 9 spells in this game. And some of them are ridiculously hard to level up, and they waste so much mana all the time. So you're just constantly running out of money because you have to buy power potions, which are mana potions, in order to continue to bring your mana back up and then cast the spell again to increase the skill level. Now, skill level isn't really that big of a deal if your intelligence is high enough, which generally your intelligence will overshadow it. But in later games, specifically in 2 and I think in 4, especially in 5, spell skill level is, well, actually I think they drop it in 5. Excuse me, that sounds incorrect. I think in 2 and in 4, spell skill level is pretty important because you have to beat certain checks, and it improves your chances of succeeding in the check. Alternatively, you could just spam the spell until it works. which is probably what I would do, although I'm never going to have spells that use mana anyway. I will have spells in Quest for Glory 3, but Paladin spells specifically. No longer overloaded. Good. And didn't even do anything that time. Alrighty. Good thing is my intelligence is not 92 anymore, so I've gained 6 in the last 20-ish minutes. So that's actually not too bad at all, especially since it took me almost 4 hours to get 40. Well, I don't know. I don't know the math behind that. I'm not doing it off in my head at the moment. So 40 over 4 hours, it's about 10 per hour. So I did 6 in about 20 minutes. That is actually a pretty good rate. And hopefully after this bout of dodging, I will be done. Or rather, at least I can move on to the end game. So I have in there as well on my notes goals for Quest for Glory series. So it does say fighter to paladin. Becoming a paladin, there's nothing I can do in Quest for Glory 1 that'll bring me to be a paladin. I do have to go through a bunch of trials and specific things in Quest for Glory 2 to become one, but you don't get to play as a paladin in Quest for Glory 2. At the start of 3 is when you could become a paladin. Alternatively, if you don't make it in 2, you can also become one in 3 and then start playing 1 in 4. But I don't know if you can become 1 in 4. I know you can import a default paladin for Quest for Glory 5. But that's my number 1 goal. Number 2 is to max out all stats and skills, which I'm going to be doing every game. I don't want to have any skills outside of the standard of fighter and paladin. And in Quest for Glory 5, I'm going to marry a special someone, which I have not mentioned who it's going to be, considering that's not going to happen until 5 anyway. But I do know exactly who I'm going to be going for. Actually, before I fight anything, still 98. Was I at max stamina? Yes, I was. What is the score at the top for? Like most games from the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, especially arcade games, it's just a point score system. If you get 500 out of 500, you did everything for that class. Is there more than one character in Quest for Glory 5 you can end up marrying? Yes. In total, you can marry 1, 2, 3, 4 different characters, I believe. I think it's 4 different types, or different people, rather. One of them is super basic and not interesting. Another one is kind of basic and not that interesting, and the other 2 are actually really cool. And 2 of them are actually ridiculously easy to marry, and the other 2 are not easy to marry. So suffice it to say, I'm going for one of them that's not easy to marry. So if you noticed in the one bout of dodging that I was doing, I ended up getting like 6 points from 1 run, and in the last 2 bouts of dodging, I haven't gotten a single one. Which is a pretty bad stroke of luck. Or stroke of bad luck, I should say. Let's do that. And 99. So 1 more to go. I'm going to save just in case I make some stupid mistake like dodge to my death. Because I can sit here and hold down the 3 key on the numpad to dodge. And if I just hold it down, like I can let go of it. So if I let go now, he'll still continue to dodge for a while because the input is constantly repeating over and over again. And I don't want to have his stamina go super, super low and then continue to dodge and then die because I ran out of stamina. I also don't really care if I get hit, because I have so much health, so it's not that big of a deal. I've always thought it would be really cool if you could choose the hero's gender and such, especially since he never speaks. They were able to do it for Mixed Up Mother Goose. Yeah, I think it would be really cool too. I mean, that also would... you got to remember, back at the time, it was a lot of sprites and everything, which would require every animation to be done for 2 totally different characters. I mean, I'm not trying to make an excuse, but... I do agree that it would be nice for there to be the choice of gender. There is a game that is heavily inspired by Quest for Glory called Heroine's Quest, and the protagonist in that is a female. A little more sprite art. I don't know how much. Certainly enough for all of the movements and animations, and then of course the animations for combat, any kind of references to you as a character as well. Although I do know that in Quest for Glory, the whole story was based around a character that the Coles had made, which was a male character, so that might be the reason why it's only one character, I mean one gender. So oh yeah, I don't think it's a great failure or anything, especially given the time they made it. It just would be cool. I agree. I do agree. And let's see if I'm done. I am not. Oh, okay, yeah, that does. So basically, his name was like Aiden Davin Hale or Davin Hall or something like that. It's in the books. It might be in this book. I have to go looking through it, but I'm not going to do that with just one hand holding down my 3 key. But if it's not in the box copy for Quest for Glory VGA version, it might be in the EGA one. Might lose focus on that dodge. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to die dodging. But I can actually take a look and see if it's in the Hero's Quest. You're really getting hungry. It probably has been a long time since I've eaten. I gotta see how many days I've been dodging and living in this world. I think this is like day 19 or 20 or something. Let's see if I can flip through this book and see what his name is without dying. What is Quest for Glory? Unfortunately, there's like no default name that shows up for you, so you can't tell from that. Assigning skills. Playing a role. Living in this crazy world. And these sounds are super nostalgic. I love the sound effects. All of them are coming from the Roland Sound Canvas app that I have. So I actually have the app, which at the time when I bought it, it was $80. It's now, I think it's $60 now, and it's a lifetime purchase. And it emulates this device. And this is the Roland Sound Canvas SC55. SC meaning Sound Canvas. So this is the Roland Sound Canvas, the SC55, and it sounds identical. It's great, actually. I could actually plug this in and then use a MIDI to USB adapter, and then I would be able to play the sounds through my main computer. I don't really want to do that, though, because ultimately my goal is to fully set up original hardware to stream off of, and I'm going to use my Sound Canvas to be used with my DOS machine. But I can also change up the sounds pretty easily by going into the settings for the game and then switching it over to like Sound Blaster, or I could use my MT32, Roland MT32 emulator as well. I guess the more QFG leans into being an adventure game, the more it makes sense for the character to be specified, and the more it leans into being an RPG, the more appealing customization is. Yeah, agreed. Which, in theory, Quest for Glory 5 leans more into being an RPG than it does an adventure game. And that would have been the opportunity to do it. However, because every prior game to it was a male character, and you're also importing that character from one to the next, it would kind of divorce itself from the story. If they had started it being more RPG / adventure rather than adventure RPG, I would agree with you. It's too bad that they didn't do that in the very beginning. All right, let's save. Oh, I did not drink a potion. Let me get out of here. I'm not ready for that. Let's do that. I'm not throwing it all over the place. I just do this as well, just so I can get rid of some. Roland's scores were wonderful, really memorable, a lot of them. Yes, very much so. Oh, intelligence 100. Perfect. I'm done. Thank God. All right. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so let me actually move that out of the way so it doesn't distract me. Let's do this. So the Roland scores, especially with Duke Nukem 3D. I mean, the theme song for that purely was designed around the SC55. So a lot of the old games at this time, if they were general MIDI, I would absolutely recommend the Sound Canvas. Although I do want to get myself the Yamaha MU80 as well, or MU100. It doesn't really matter to me. MU80 I think is actually they're all overpriced right now, but I think the MU80 is priced higher than the 100, even though the 100 is superior in terms of the technology used, purely because the 80 is popularized by a lot of online sources. So okay, so I have finished maxing out all my stats, which is fantastic. I don't have to ever do anything else for this, so I guess now is the time for me to clear my inventory, get rid of those potion bottles. And once I do that, then I can get started on finishing the game, which really won't take too long. I actually do want to turn up the sound just a little bit. I had an LAPC back in the day. The internal card version of the MT32 Longboy wouldn't fit in anything smaller than a full AT case. Yeah, I don't have one of those. I don't have an internal one. I don't have a physical version of the MT32. It's so expensive these days. They're pushing easily $500, whether it's the internal card or an external one. I don't think I have it down here, but I actually do have yeah, I think it's upstairs. But I do have the wow, I'm blanking on the name of it. The intelligent the name will come to me eventually. The MPU 401. So I have the MPU 401, and I have the internal card for that as well. So the that was actually very expensive to purchase. Unfortunately, it definitely broke the bank a little bit, but I have them and they work beautifully. I got it off of again, I'm blanking on names here. It happens every time. I bought it off of Reverb, which is a music website, and I saw it on there, and I saw the price to it, and it had the card, it had the device itself. The guy said it was working, and I basically said to him, I would love to purchase this off of you. The only issue is I need to know if it works. And he said the last time I checked it worked, but it was about 5 years ago. And he made a deal with me that was basically like, look, if it doesn't work, you let me know. I will accept a full refund if you mail it back to me. And I said, okay, cool, sounds good. And I got it, and I got back to him, and I said, it works beautifully. It works so well, in fact, that I got super excited. So when I do set up my DOS machine, which it's a little, I'm gonna turn on the light real quick. Let that adjust. Down there. That is my DOS machine, and it works right now. I could actually plug it in, and it's already set up. I set that up like probably about 8 months ago now. But I ended up moving a lot of my stuff from the upstairs to the downstairs, and it's been like so sort of like a transition kind of thing. So nifty, I love it. Yeah. Oh, me too. So my intent is in that box I have the Sound Blaster that is an emulated card. Wow. I'll get it. Or not. It's on a slot that's actually harder to get to, but I'll mess with it later. But anyway, I have a nice, really useful sound card that can suffice for non-MIDI, and then the MPU 401 will let me use my SE55, and then I'm intending on at some point to get more MIDI devices just so I can have the option to switch things out. So it should be fun. I also build a lot of Windows 98. Unfortunately, Windows 98, what I love about it is its quirks. What I hate about it are its quirks. So I've had it blue screen on me numerous times. I literally unplugged my speakers one time and it blue screened on me, and I had to reinstall it. I also recently made a very horrible mistake. A very, unfortunately, not a very expensive, an expensive mistake. Well, don't do that. Yeah, I agree. The mistake I made was there's a board over here. I think it's this one. So this board is a Super Socket 7. It's, you know, not an AT. It's an ATX. And unfortunately, with this specific board, I killed one of my processors, and it was a very sad day when that happened. And I compensated by buying 3 more, which I'm planning to eventually put in my AMD. Let's see if it'll show up on here. AMD K62. I've got 3 of these now because my AMD K62, I had a 550. And it got fried on there because I made the mistake of not putting the jumpers in the right configuration. So, very sad day when that happened. But I remember I had a video card once where Windows 98 would blue screen anytime I hit Alt-Tab. Had to upgrade to Windows 2000 just to get it to stop doing that. Wow. Ouch and oh bummer. Yes, it was disappointing. And the other thing too is I also had found out that the BIOS needed to be it had to be patched, and patching a BIOS within DOS's environment isn't always successful. So when I went to go and upgrade it, it updated, sort of. It worked, but it worked really, really slowly afterwards. So it recognized everything I wanted it to recognize. So, unfortunately, what I need to do for the BIOS on that is actually clear it out completely and reinstall the BIOS. And so in order to do that, in fact, I have the BIOS chip on here. I bought one of these, the BIOS reprogrammer. This is not the one I wanted. So I ended up spending money on something that didn't work out because it doesn't have enough of a library list for the BIOS chips. So I got to get a different one, and I've just kind of been like holding off on it because it's going to put me back $80, and I don't really want to spend that kind of money right now. So instead, I'd rather spend my money on other things like gas and food. So anyway. Let's get on with the show here and finish up Quest for Glory 1. Although I did have somebody ask me 2 days ago was it? Might have been back on Saturday, whether or not like Windows XP, if it's a good time to build a Windows XP machine. You don't need those by computer parts. Yeah, but like I could just buy a BIOS chip, but the BIOS chip has to be the right BIOS, and it's very finicky when it comes to older parts. It has to be designed specifically for the board, and being able to install it. I don't know how to do it the other way right now. If there's any other way to do it outside of doing it through the DOS environment, and I have done it through the DOS environment, and I've attempted to roll back the update, and it doesn't work. So either it doesn't work or it's way too slow. It's one or the other. So I've already killed one of these things. Hostile intent is evident. You prepare for battle. I've killed one of these guys. They're not worth killing, so I'm leaving. I was just joking about the food. Oh, I see what you were saying. Yeah, I don't need food or gas. Who needs gas to use for your car to go to work so you can buy your food? Just starve. Cheetar? What the hell is a cheetar doing? Is it late at night? Is it becoming nighttime? What time is it? Night is still young. Okay. On day 22, no less. All right. So I'm going to actually head over here, and down here is where the cave is. If I were to go this way, this is the path, and also this one here, where trolls are really common. I'm probably about to fight one. No, it's a brigand. So you're either going to fight brigands or trolls in this area. And always at night, trolls have a really high chance of spawning, so you can kill them if you want to. It's a great way to farm for healing potions. 10 silver coins. Alrighty. Time to save. And I'm also going to drop the speed just a tad. I don't think I dropped it at all. Let's drop it a little bit more. There we go. When you first enter this cave, there is a troll named Fred that you have to kill. He is the first troll I killed. But then when you leave here, there is I missed out on whatever it said. It was probably the drip of the ceiling. When we come through here, there's a unique enemy that you don't encounter at all for throughout this entire game. So grumble, 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 stupid guard duty. Third time this week. Why always me? Grumble, grumble, grumble. I've been out here too long. My imagination is taking over. Okay, so this guy, good ears but very poor peripheral vision. This guy is Toro, and he is a Minotaur. And he is supposed to be the hardest enemy in the game. I mean, he's just like any other enemy, in my opinion. He's going to be down real quick. Just go ahead and stab him in the gut a few times. Maybe throw a slash for good measure. Not that there's really any difference except that slashes are slower. So, I'm bad. You quickly search the fallen Minotaur and find nothing. Wait a minute. The Minotaur's flail looks peculiar. You pick it up and examine it closely. Cleverly concealed in the flail are 50 silvers. A just reward for defeating such a valiant fighter, you tell yourself as you pocket the silvers. Alrighty, I don't want to pick up rocks. Oh! I was just saying a couple of days ago if there was a faster way to pick up rocks. I think picking up rocks in this area is actually faster animation. I'm going to test that. It is. Oh, man, I wish I knew that earlier. You tell you. Yeah, of course. It may not be true. As long as you tell yourself, it probably is. Why not? I don't need these rocks anymore. I was just testing the animation. I want to get rid of them just so I have... just so I'm not overburdened. You're no longer overloaded. Alright. This says... The sign reads, Ring Bell. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to do this. Why knock? Use the bell. The gate appears to be fastened somehow on the inside. You'll have to force the gate open. Well, I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll smash the gate down, you decide. Boy, that felt good. Okay, so when you are first doing this, this is kind of a puzzle. So you can notice that here and here are tripwires. So if I go and look at them, there's a dark rope stretched tautly across the path. Now that you know it's there, you can easily avoid it by stepping over it. And then there's also this one. There's a dark rope. You can step over it. Now, there's a couple of things here. If I look at this, the carpets look rather new, perhaps recently stolen from the merchant in town. There is a sign on the red carpet which reads, Step here. It's written in a shaky hand, as if the author was laughing at the time that he wrote it. So I'm going to save. Because why not walk on it? You are getting tired. The old rug over the pit trick. A small sign reads, Booby Trap. The brigands approach to see the booby they've caught. You think to yourself, if it looks like a trap, and it feels like a trap, maybe it is a trap. Then the other trap is, actually let me run just so it's a little faster. The other one is this one. An abridged ending. I score that at about a 3. Those diving lessons were a complete waste. Maybe you should have taken up bowling. Okay, so the way to determine this, if you're going through, obviously when it says the shaky hand, it's a pretty obvious trap. Over here, this says there is a single pole supporting this sturdy-looking bridge across the chasm. And then on this one, sturdy-looking bridge with 2 support poles across the chasm. A message written in a clear, firm hand reading, Cross here, is on this bridge. So that way, that's essentially how you tell what the right thing to do is. Also, you constantly have the brigands shooting arrows at you, which is supposed to cause your health to go down. I'm at 88 health right now. I'm actually going to drink a couple potions. And this one too. Just so I'm capped on my stats and everything. So I'm 100 down there. Let's save real quick. And I'll just come over here. We'll see if they even hit me. I don't think they did. Nope. Then you just go right on in. Now, this is another puzzle. This was actually a lot of fun when I first did it. So I'm just gonna let things, I'm gonna save first, and then I'll let things happen so you can see what goes on. So I'll just like walk around, Oh, look, there's a brigand. Oh, crap, there's a lot of brigands. Don't you feel a draft? You'd better find a way to prevent the brigands from getting at you from all sides if you want to survive this. I agree. So, we're going to close the door. You close and bar the door. And I'll wait to see what they do. I guess they couldn't get through. So what next? I guess I'll just walk over here. Oh boy. They found another way in. You're half right, but completely dead. There's still too many brigands for you to fight in here. You need to find some way to block one of the doors. So I'll restore. Alright, so first I'm going to do this. I've got to head off for a while and take care of dinner. Hopefully I'll make it back later. Have fun. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one, Merdsley. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to actually block that door. So I'm going to move the chair. And then we've got these guys. You've seen it before? Oh, I bet I have. Those guys look familiar. You're hopelessly surrounded. You should have stopped those brigands somehow. Maybe you'll see the light. That's probably your hint. So I'll do this. The other thing that you don't want to do as well is block this door with the chair too quickly. You want to wait until they look and then they leave. So now they're gone. I'll go and move that chair. As soon as that happens, we got Larry, Moe, and Curly coming in, and then when they're about halfway through, you topple the candelabra. Ah, wise guy, eh? Then they come running around. Oh, wait, the light. Woo, 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 woo. Ruff, 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 ruff. You're hopelessly surrounded. You should have taken the quicker action against these knuckle cops. Elevate your thoughts to a higher plane. All right, so we'll get through it this time. Now they're headed off. Push that chair forward. Let them go about, there's good. I topple the candelabra. Oh, wise guy, eh? Let them start going there. I'll hop on board and then grab this. Boom. Perfect. And then I've seen it before no matter what the case is. You bar the door behind you. You behold a most fascinating place. The person labeled me speaks. Abandon mope, all ye who enter here. Job hunting or just sightseeing? I foresee a brilliant future for you in the fall. If you've got something to say, then speak fast or forever hold your pieces. State your case before I case your estate. Eoric. You know me? Then perhaps you have come to help. Perhaps you are able to take the child from the band. Alas, poor Yorick, I know me well. Shakespeare. 10 years ago, I swore I would find Elsa no matter what. It took me 2 years to find her, here with the brigands, and I've posed as her warlock ever since. I couldn't break the spell on her, nor could I leave her to grow up into an attractive woman surrounded by rogues and scoundrels. Someone had to defend her honor. Elsa. You know Elsa? Then perhaps you have come to help. Perhaps you are able to take the child from the band. He's already said that. I've already asked him about that. So, leader. I'll protect the brigand leader with everything I've got. That's no laughing matter, as I get madder. Maze. This room is my way of keeping the brigands from bothering the leader about raises, since it tends to raise the brigands. I designed it myself. This place has people rolling in the aisles. Exit. There are plenty of doors. You wouldn't want me to spoil your fun now. Either you'll figure it out in the end, or you'll end it before you're out. Fortress. This fort is the brigand's palace. It has been well constructed. Minotaur. Toro is the minotaur that guards this fortress. Elsa found him when he was just a calf, and he's kowtowed to her ever since. He guarantees that the brigands won't give Elsa any bull. Ha ha ha. Disenchantment. You know about the enchantment? Then perhaps you have come to help. Perhaps you are able to take the child from the band. He's already said this. I've read that part. When Elsa was left with some brigands years ago, all her memories were taken away from her. I borrowed a magic mirror from a friend to try and break the spell, but it only works when the spells are cast directly at you. If you're going to be the big hero, I hope you brought a dispel potion or something. So earlier on in the game, when I talked to Erasmus, the wizard on top of the mountain, he actually mentions the magic mirror and specifically mentions its properties. So that's kind of like a hint to you as the player that it's probably going to be important. Dispel. You know about the enchantment? Then perhaps you've come to help. Perhaps you are able to take the blah blah blah. The true dispel potion will break an enchantment. You must splash the potion on Elsa as soon as you can, or she'll skewer you for sure. She's more than a match for the old Swordy Lordy now. Swordy Lordy. You must know the Blade Braggart. He used to show off in the castle courtyard all the time. Elsa once asked if Rapier Ruler would teach her to use the sword, and the sword boar told her he would not waste his talent on females. She came to me in tears. After all, she was only 9 at the time. She can teach old Weapon Windbag a thing or two now. Her arm is true, and she's truly disarming. So the Weapon Master... one of the things I've been able to do it in the past. I was able to do it in the past, and I couldn't figure out how to do it this run. It turns out, and I did beat the Weapon Master in this run. The way you defeat him is you have to have higher skills, higher stats, but you also have to drop like all your gear, and you have to have light encumbrance, because the less you're encumbered, the more easily you are able to push him until you defeat him, and then he just becomes a total and complete ass. And it's always satisfying to beat him because he is such an arrogant prick. Mirror. Ah yes, the mirror with the leer, as Erasmus calls it. Or was it Fenris? It reflects a spell back on the caster of the spell. Now, where did I put that mirror? Was it on the desk in Elsa's office, or else in the office on Elsa's desk? Baron. Would he be surprised to see his little girl now? I bet he would. All right, enough already. So I'm not going to go and use every little thing in this area. So I'm just going to pretty quickly finish it, since it's actually relatively easy to do. I'm going to save, though, just in case something stupid happens. So this should cause me to fall. Or no, it won't. That will cause me to fall. So I got to stop rolling. I'll go through here. You feel disoriented. Pull the chain. Go back. Go back. Go on. There we go. How does he do this? Head up here. There's an echo in here. Echo in here. Echo in here. And touch that. Move back before I get squashed. Walk over here. You're not close enough. Okay, fine. Open the door. You finally made it through Yorick's room. Okay, so this is the brigand leader. This is where the dispel potion comes in. Now, if you're familiar with Quest for Glory, or you were watching earlier, there are a number of things that you need in order to create this. I did this very early on in the first day that I was streaming this. But you are tasked by the Dryad to get a seed, and that seed you have to bring back to her. And then she tells you how to create the Dispel Potion, which you need a magical acorn, which she gives you, green fur, flowers from Arana's piece, flying water, and that's it. Right? Yes, I think so. So 4 things, and then the Dispel Potion, it can be created by the healer, and then she gives it to you. So this has been in my inventory the whole time, throughout most of the game. I have already accomplished Baba Yaga's first task, which is to collect a Mandrake root. In order to do that, you have to buy an Undead Ungent, which you then will... it'll protect you from undead spirits that can immediately kill you if you step into the wrong area in there. So I've already accomplished that. So we're just going to grab the Dispel Potion and huck it at her. You throw the Dispel Potion on the Brigand Leader. You can't imagine how good it feels to know who I am again. After all these years, to remember my name is Elsa von Spielberg. I used to wish I was not a brigand's child, but actually an enchanted princess. Now I know that I really was enchanted, and I don't have to be a brigand anymore. Thank you so much for freeing me. I've got to hurry home to Father and get his guards to capture the rest of the brigands before they manage to escape with the treasure. It must be returned to the rightful owners. Yorick! Yorick, I'm me again! Ah, sorry it took me so long. I got lost. Will your dad be glad that your spell's been repelled? We need to go before the brigands know, or they'll spoil our show. Come on, we'd better make our getaway before they get in our way. Yorick and I can return to the castle with the amulet I wear, but I'm afraid you'll have to get there on your own. There are 2 healing potions on my desk that you may take with you. I don't need more healing potions. You should use this secret passage and escape while they're arguing over the treasure. If they find you in there, you'll be overwhelmed and killed. Thank you again, and good luck. I'll make sure you are richly rewarded for your bravery. If you decide to counter the cursor, then mind the mirror over mere minds. So tip the canoe and toodaloo. Elsa, if you do the honors, I'll honor your due. Bzz, bzz. The brigands are trying to break into the room. She had fake childhood memories like Blade Runner. Whoa. She had real childhood memories because she grew up in the barony until she was about 8 or 9. It's really inconsistent. They keep saying 8, and then they talk about how she was 9, and the book itself talks about her being like 8 or 9. So she's either right now 18 or 19. So for 10 years, she has had fake memories implanted into her as a brigand. So the fake childhood would be her being a brigand, and she dreamed about being a princess. Okay, I thought this was something I'd always missed, but that makes more sense. Yeah, so she had always been, she was an actual princess, an actual child. She was the Baron's daughter and grew up until she was about 8 or 9. And then when Baba Yaga entered into the valley, the Baron took an army with him, and they were going to go and drive her out. Unfortunately, it ended in disaster, where he ended up being cursed. Some random creature flew down and captured Elsa, and that was part of the curse, which is when she ended up getting dropped off at the brigands. And then Yorick started looking for her, so it took him 2 years to find her. So presumably she would have been 10 or 11 when he found her, and at that point, that's when he cast an enchantment on her to look like a man and to be the brigand. And the baronet, her brother, the baron's son, ended up trying to go out and defeat the kobold, who is in the valley as well, because he also came in and started causing a bit of trouble. And then that's when he ended up being defeated as well. So you end up rescuing him, you rescue her, and then you have to drive out Baba Yaga. So I'm gonna grab that mirror. You pick up the mirror and store it away. I'll grab the potions. You place the 2 potions into your pack, and then I'm gonna run out. Okay, now I'll save. And the next thing I have to do is head to Baba Yaga. So I don't want to go directly north because that's going to bring me to the fairy circle, and then I have to dance, and I really don't want to do that. I've already killed one of those, so I don't need to kill this one. I've killed every monster type. No, I don't want to. Do I want to go there? I want to go this way. I actually have to go way around. So I got to go up and around. And I don't want to go to the castle, because if I go to the castle, I'll point with my finger, even though I can use the mouse to do that. So I'll go to the castle, and if I do, that ends the game. I don't want to do that yet. So I want to go this way. Head straight over to the Goblin Grove. Hostile intent. I don't need to fight him either. Ugh, you're going to make me go this way, aren't you? I'll go this way. And then up. And now we're at Baba Yaga's hut. You again? You really want to go back in there? So, also, I think it was the first day. There are 2 ways to get the password for Baba Yaga's hut to squat. One of them costs money, the other one is free. However, the one that's free, you have to do before you do something. Otherwise, you don't get access to it. So, I can't remember the name of the skull. It's like Lenny or something. I don't remember. You learn what his name is in Quest for Glory 4. If you talk to him before you give him his eyes, and you ask about the password, he'll just give it to you for free. The only other way to get it is to encounter Bruno, who's part of the Thieves Guild, and you can talk to him too, but you have to pay like 2 gold just for him to tell you what it is, which, not worth it in my opinion. You hear a voice in your head asking, "What is the rhyme?" Hut of Brown, now sit down. And let's save. You again. And then what I want to do is grab the mirror, click on her. You furtively grasp the magic mirror. And then she's going to try and turn me into a frog. Powers that rule over regions soggy, change this creature back into a froggy. Not so fast. The witch is hopping mad. What have you done to me? How dare you use my own spell against me? I'll go. Hear me, O elements of air and wind. Give me the power to save my own skin. And off it goes, flying with chicken wings with no feathers. There goes Baba Yaga. Now you've really made her sore. And then it just goes straight to the end, if it ever loads. There we go. So now, essentially what you can do is you can click on everybody. You can, if I click on this, it says not much to look at. If you click on characters that you encountered, it just says that. But if you click on somebody that you haven't seen, like this guy, Bob Fishbach, it's actually the credits. So, like this guy is Corey Cole. This one here is Lorianne Cole. They're the creators of the series. And then you can just go through and see who all the people are. But essentially, you need to wait for Yorick to come tumbling in. The Baron. It's not much to look at. And of course, Toro is back, because technically you didn't kill him. And the nice thing about this series is you actually will encounter many, many characters throughout this series again. You have defeated the brigands and become a true hero of Spielberg. Thus, the hero from the east freed the man from form of beast. That was the baronet, getting him to no longer be a bear. Saved the beauty from the brigands' band, Elsa, and forced the ogress to flee the land. And that's Baba Yaga. The brigand band has been dispersed. Their treasure has been reimbursed. And so with katas and Abdullah do, you bid the valley a fond adieu. And of course, they have the inn inside of the town. And you did that all without meeting the katas, right? I did meet the katas. Early on, I did. So when I was first playing, I went in, and the very first night I went in so I could talk to Abdullah Do, because you get points for talking to him. I don't have a perfect score. That's fine. It's not a big deal. If you have not already done so, we encourage you to play Quest for Glory 1 again with the other two character types, which I have done in the past. Many of the puzzles are different or have alternate solutions, which they do. In the meantime, you are already a winner. Please insert a writable disk in your floppy drive to save your winning hero for use in Quest for Glory 2, Trial by Fire. And I actually will, I gotta rename this to, we'll call it, I have so many named Chadwick because I use Chadwick for like everything. Let me just see, Quest for Glory 1. I think it'll save to the directory itself. It will. So I'm gonna call this Ogre Chad at .save. And do I want to try saving again? Yes, I do. Just in case that didn't save, I got to double check. And sorry, might have been too long. Oh, my bad, I'm off and on the computer listening with headphones. Yeah, no problem. As I said, I encountered them in the first stream that I did for this, and I essentially go in as soon as it becomes nightfall because I do a lot of talking. I read through all the dialogue and make sure that I am getting all the information that I possibly can. And that can take some time. And then I spend the first night there and buy a bunch of apples and then go and talk to the giant and then just continue on from there. I don't think it's saved, so we're going to call it OG Chad .save. I'll say yes to saving again in case that didn't go through, because it can be finicky. Is it in the root directory? Palachad, pal, DOS, QFG1. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call it just, let's do C, and then call it ogchad.save, because there is no A drive. And there is a C drive. The save character file has been created. And if my C drive is here, yes, I do. C, QFG1. And we'll call it AAA.save. And that worked. Okay, so I'm going to make a copy of that. Paste it there, and then I'll do it again with the same results, but call it ogchad.save. And then check it again. It accepted / yes, it did. Because I'm actually using the correct prompts, because this is a DOS piece of software, and I was not doing that before. So now I have both OG Chad and a AAA .save, and I do not need to save again because I've made enough copies. So, and that is the end of the first game. So I'm going to actually let this go through the credits real quick. I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, and use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So I don't really need to save anything, but I will. I'll just save an extra save. And that's it. So, now the next game, Quest for Glory 2, let's actually bring this over. Notes. Just the notes. Bring this up a little bit. Okay. And we are going to get rid of my Quest for Glory 1 checklist, because I don't need that anymore. And Quest for Glory 2. So, primarily, the most important thing is the honor list. And the honor list is to ensure that I will become a paladin. So I have to remember these things when we get started in the game. Now, I could do Quest for Glory 2, the EGA version. And if I did the EGA version, that would be the one that you probably would see most people play. However, I'm not actually going to play the EGA version. I'm going to play the VGA remake that is an unofficial remake. It still accepts ported characters. It has a lot more quality of life features associated with it. It looks really nice, and it still has the text parser integration in it. So I'm actually going to do a combo of the style that the VGA version of Quest for Glory 1 does, but also have the text parser. Additionally, one of the things that was in the original game is the copy protection, which requires you to use a map. Now, I have, of course, the digital versions to all of these. I have them both on Steam and on GOG. So it comes with all the extra stuff like the map. But I also have a physical copy of that map with the actual physical copy of the game. It is primarily there for copy protection where you are inside the map and there's a bunch of extra alleyways that end up causing you to get lost. And it was purely designed for you to make sure you had a legitimate copy. The remake is lovely. I completely agree. I actually prefer playing the remake over the original very often. However, I do go back and play the EGA one quite a bit as well. As a kid, I always got lost, even with the map. Yes, I have as well, and not as a kid. I got used to. There was a point before I played the VGA remake where I was able to navigate the crucial key locations without using the map. But eventually I was like, oh, I'm going to play the remake, and they get rid of all those extra paths. So it's much easier for you to just go down, and when you open up the map, you can see where you are, and you know how to get there, and the quality of life is just so much better. I got so used to that, so when I ended up going back to the original one, I got so lost so bad, even when I was using the physical map, because it doesn't tell you what direction you're going unless you buy the compass. So as such, we are not going to be using DOSBox, so I'm going to close out of that. We're going to open up the launcher first. I don't think it should come up. Just got to make sure my settings are right. Reacts, yep, let's do that. Okay. So obviously, very fancy, especially for a DOS-based game. However, this is not running in DOSBox. It is running its own native client. I don't know if that's too loud. I don't think it's too loud. But most of the game shouldn't be that loud. I didn't quite have the spatial reasoning yet to understand that the hero always facing forward meant that I should correct my turns accordingly. Same problem with King's Quest V. Yes. Which is what caused many problems for me, even when I was an adult, because I always kept forgetting that was a thing. So one of the things that I did for the stream is that in OBS, I actually squished the aspect ratio so that it's more in line with how the aspect ratio would be for the other games, because it's actually widescreen in the base client. So if it looks any different from what you're used to, it's because of that. It's not going to look squished. It's actually going to look just fine. So if I were to start a new hero, and let's say we went with Fighter, he is actually taller in OBS than he is in the actual game. and that's because it's slightly squished, and that's fine. Now, we're not going to start a new game, but I am bringing this up specifically to show what the different stats are. So these are the default for a fighter. Non-square pixels back in the day, yeah. And it actually did. In the base client, I believe that they're all actual square pixels, but of course not on what would be a CRT monitor. So I'm bringing up the creation of the fighter here to just show all of the different stats, what they start off with, and you have 50 available points. And if you want to go and add into a new skill, it's going to cost you 15 just for 5, just for something you don't have. Now, I'm not going to do that with my character because I still want to maintain the same system where I've got no climbing, no pick locks, no stealth, no magic. I will get communication, but communication, I can't put points into it. Communication is not something that you can put points into. As I said before, it's going to be 3/4 of your intelligence plus 1/4 of your luck. In the case of Chadwick, he has 100 in both, so he's going to have 100 in communication. So we're going to cancel this. Yes, I want to cancel. And we're going to import a hero. Those are old saves of mine. They're not the ones I want, so I got to actually put my new ones inside the root directory for QFG1. I'll actually make copies of them. Copy. And paste. Let's see if they show up now, unless I have to restart. So import. Ah, perfect. So I'm going to do OG Chad, import. And he is a fighter. I don't think this option comes up in the EGA version, whether you can choose. Of course, I'm sticking with fighter. I'm not going anywhere else. Your character was successfully imported as a fighter. Welcome to Trial by Fire, Chadwick. And as you can see, all of my sets are 100 except for the ones that had nothing in them to begin with, and I have 25 available points to me. So, because I don't want to go through the same nightmare again, I'm actually going to boost everything into intelligence, because I am going to max out all my stats. Maximum stats in this game are going to be 200. Weapon use, parry, dodge, throwing, luck, vitality, agility, and strength should all be relatively easy for me to increase. And it's going to be all pretty much the same system of how it worked before. Luck is going to be increased by just about anything I do. Combat will primarily increase strength, agility, vitality, and weapon use. Parry and dodge will increase parry and dodge respectively. They will also help increase intelligence. Throwing will actually increase strength in this game. I actually thought that was the case in the first one, but it's because of this one that I thought that. So throwing will increase strength. I believe it also increases agility, but it increased agility in the first game. So I think I'm going to take a swig of water, and then we'll get started. Actually, I should update the name of this stream real quick. Edit the stream info. So we are doing Quest for Glory 2 VGA Remake. And done. Okay, so the stream info has been updated. Put that down. Non-square pixels are the ones that, of those concepts that got me big mad when I first learned about them, like taking naps and observing daylight savings time. Yeah, speaking of daylight savings time, it's switching over this coming Sunday, I believe, correct? So, but then thankfully that happens on the night of Saturday into Sunday. Yep. That'll actually be nice for me because it'll make getting up in the morning a bit easier and driving to work a bit easier because it's already starting to get dark. But that won't last for too long for me because I live pretty far north in the US. So Chadwick, start. Quest for Glory 2 offers multiple conversation and alleyway systems to the player. Please select your preferences before starting. So I want a combo of point and click and parser. You have selected the combo interface. This interface combines the best of both text parser and point and click interfaces. I like the point and click. but I also really like the parser, the text parser. As for the alleyway layout, I want simplified. Not because I can't do classic. I can do classic, but I am going to go with simplified just because it's going to make things a little smoother for gameplay. Because ultimately, classic, there's really only one thing that you can do with the original layout, and that's to encourage different alleyways for the earth elemental to show up in. Ooh, this will be interesting. I've never tried the combo. Yeah, it's going to be literally point and click with a text parser that you can actually do as well. So it's I kind of wish that they had kept the text parser in for the Quest for Glory 1 remake as well as all subsequent games, but unfortunately they did not. So start game. Is this not amazing how quickly we have set up in this inn? The Kata's tale is already the center of Shapir's entertainment. Where else can you watch Shima dance? You know, you will always have a place to stay and fine food to eat in Shapir. Shamin, Shima, and I cannot thank you enough for helping us recover our stolen treasure. It is good to be back home, even though I have had troubling news. My old friend, Aris al-Din, the Emir of Rasir, is missing. He was a good man, but not as wise as I. Ah, but you have not even seen our beautiful Shapir, and already I speak of problems. You need to go out, explore, and discover why this is indeed a land of enchantment. So one of the differences with this game compared to the previous one, at least in the VGA version, because you can do it in the EGA, the way that this version set it up, the remake, it does allow you to click on yourself to do greetings and such, whereas in the first game it just says you're mumbling to yourself. So I can greet him. Good day, my friend, my fine friend. I trust you are finding your stay in Shapir interesting. There is always so much to see and do here. I actually want to talk to him a bit. Abdullah. I am Abdullah Du. It is an old family name. Daily news. I have heard that Rasir has become a grim and unpleasant place to be, now that my good friend Aris is no longer the Emir. Rumor. I have heard that in Rasir they now forbid people to speak to one another. How can one live in such a way? Let's talk about Shapir. The land of Shapir may be plagued with elementals and jinns, but the city will ever stand as long as there are heroes such as yourself. Inn. A place to relax, to talk to friends, to eat and drink, to watch entertainment. What better place to be? Food. Shima's cooking is fantastic, and her tea is heavenly. Truly, the Kata are friends beyond measure. Bazaar. Why, the very plazas of our city are a thriving marketplace. Jinn. Jinn are magical beings, huge monstrous creatures of power capable of tearing a man limb from limb, although I have never personally experienced this. Kata. The Kata make great neighbors and friends, and Shamin and Shima are the finest of Katas. Shamin. Like a cat, Shamin lands upon his paws wherever he goes. This inn is the oasis of culture for Shapir. Shima. Ah, the enchanting Shima. Her dance must be seen to be savored. Something else. Let's talk about the desert. The desert is full of perils for the unwary, and only brave men or fools dare to go there. I used to travel through the desert often. Monsters. I have fought many monsters in my travels through the desert. Rasir. Rasir and Shapir were sister cities, separated by the sands of the desert. Now it is said that the fountain of Rasir runs no more, and that the city's soul has shriveled like a grape in the sun. Emir. Aris was the kindest of men, quick to hug you and call you brother, but I must admit that he was not very brave. Spielberg. If you had not returned our stolen carpet and treasures, I would still be sitting there, wasting away to a mere shadow of myself. Carpet. I have given the carpet to the Sultan. and in return he has made me wealthy beyond even my dreams. Treasure. There is no greater treasure than friendship. Ah, yes, of course. Brigands. If I had not fought off so many in the battle in Spielberg Pass, perhaps you would not have made it through the brigand lair, my friend. This guy is very braggadocious, by the way. He comes off as being very nice, but even in the first game, there are some things he hypes himself up quite a bit. Enough already, and I will say goodbye. Enjoy the sights of Shapiro, hero. I guess I'll go and talk to Shamin. Shamin. Shamin, in the tongue of my kindred, means he of the lion. You're definitely a type of guy, yeah. Daily news. Much happens in Shapir. What would you have me tell you about, hero friend? A rumor. I have heard that the armies of the Sultan sent to Rasir were destroyed by a great wind. Shapir. This city is but an island of beauty amidst the shifting sands and timeless mountains. Inn. This is truly what an inn should be, the center of all. With Shima to dance and the poet Omar to entertain, there will always be something of interest here. So, in my list, which I don't have up at the moment, I'm actually going to hide this for a second so I can get this set back up. So, my list of goals for Quest for Glory 2, to like there. Okay. In my list of goals, I have Omar's Purse. And there's a number of points that each of these are worth for the honor list. And you need to achieve like 24 points or something like that out of these. So you basically need to do all of these and also not kill the griffin. So basically, Omar's Purse is one of the most important ones, and you can miss it. So I don't want to miss it. Return Soul Forge is something you can forget. Etiquette with Aziza doesn't seem to ever, like, happen in terms of something bad happening. Like, essentially you need to be polite to her always, but as long as you continue to be polite, it's super easy to avoid. I've never seen it actually negatively impact anything. I don't know what causes it, but just to be safe, I'm going to be nice to Aziza constantly. Don't kill Waleed, that comes later. Give money to not better, it's supposed to be beggar. Give money to beggar twice. You can actually give more, and I don't think it can farm. These are all paladin points for the honor list, not honor not your honor stat. I believe you can farm honor from this, from giving money to the beggar, but I don't believe you can farm paladin points from it. And then spare Kaveen by returning his sword. You can spare Kaveen with other character classes, but as a fighter, you have to return his sword to him. And then, of course, don't kill the griffin. So those are my goals for Quest for Glory 2, or rather, that's my honor list anyway. My goals will be very similar to that of Quest for Glory 1, where I have to max out my stats. Let's see. So the actual goals, QFG2. And let's see, I need to bag. So bag, I think, what is it, salt? It might not be salt, I'll have to look that up. Bellows, water skins, plural, probably like 5 of them. Bag, salt, bellows, water skins, rations in case I don't have any. Eternal Order of Fighters. Rakesh. What else is there? I do have to talk to Uhura. Uhura, right? No, Uhura. I'll fix that later if I spelled it wrong. Uhura. Because I want to do combat with her. I actually will be training with Uhura a lot. I should probably also pick up some pills. And that is what I will have for now. So, Shima. There is none in all Shapir to compare to my beautiful and wondrous mate. Dance. When Shima dances, fires awaken. At least for Kata. Omar. Poetry is revered in this land. The words of the poet Omar speak both to the heart and to the mind. Bazaar. In the fountain, in the plaza of the fountain, and other plazas, the Kata merchants set up their shops. Merchants. The Kata are fine sellers of many things, for they know the true value of wealth. Wealth. To be truly wealthy, you must learn what it is to be content. Kata. We are a little people and few, but like grains of sand, we will always belong to the desert. And I've already talked about all that, so enough already. We journey to Spielberg to bring back a hero. Enough already, I said. All right, I'm going to go to my room, which is over here. And I'm actually going to hop into my character sheet. So my communication is actually 118 because I bumped up my intelligence to 125. Oh, I can see you, but not the game. That part of the screen is black. Oh, you're right. Whoops. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't turn it back on. Now it should be good. Appreciate that. So I'm looking at my character sheet now. My communication is higher because I bumped up my intelligence. There it is. Perfect. To 125. And as I said, 3/4 of intelligence plus 1/4 of luck. So communication turns out to be really high. My honor will increase. I should be able to get this up to max relatively easily as long as I have enough money to do so. Because I believe I can keep farming honor by donating to the beggar over and over and over again. So to just showcase the text parser, you just type, what is it, T, enter, or do you type, how do you do it again? Options, combat, dialogue system combination. I want the combination. How do you do it again? None of that is help. Okay, displays help screen, save menu. Okay, so help screen will be F1. That's the same thing. Save menu, cast, last non-targeted spell, restore, save. Control S displays the map or alley. Toggles your compass on and off, show the current time. Or tab shows an inventory list. Icon bar, look, use, talk. Yeah, none of that is helping me. I will figure out how to open up the text parser again, but you can actually access your chest here. So what was brought with me, we can actually see here. So I have my chainmail armor. I have 1 full water skin. And I'm actually going to buy 4 more because I want to have 5. That'll actually keep me well hydrated out in the desert, no matter what I do or where I go. I have an undead unguent to ward off the undead. And I don't know if you can buy these from the alchemist. I think you might be able to. But I do know you can port them over, hence why I have one. None of my other potions actually imported, so that's good to know. I have 231 gold coins, so it converts whatever silvers you have to the nearest gold and then turns it into that plus all of the reward that I had. So I have 231 gold. That's I have to convert that into dinars, which is going to be one of my first things I'll do. I still have my sword, and I have 3 daggers. My shield, and some rations. So I'm actually probably not going to use my rations at all, because those are the same 5 rations that I had at the very beginning of the first game. I have not touched them. The only time I will use them is later on, and not for me. So I will be giving them to somebody else. I may have started with 6 rations, because I gave one to the Baronet in the first game when he was still a bear, just to calm him down. All right. Welcome, hero. Oops. Let's get rid of that. And go down this way. You, stranger. You just in luck. I got everything you need right here. You need a map? I got a map. You need a compass? I got a compass. You need souvenirs of Shapir for friends and relatives? I got the best souvenirs in town. I am actually going to add to this here, my list, map and compass, because if I do not buy a map or a compass from Ali Chica within the first few days, I will not be able to again. So very first thing I got to do is get some dinars. What's the matter, you? You know, like a big deal when you see it? No, I do not. Junub Tariq, Mario Darb, I think. Hero carrying a map, a compass, the Maltese Falcon, and a bunch of expired jerky. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Especially, like, 5th game. Okay, Kanjar Tariq. So, sooner or later, it'll be Dinar Tariq. I'm hoping I'm going the right way for that. And I'm not. Instead, I'm just at the Plaza of Fighters, which is, like, that is the west side of the city. So what I need to do is come down to this way. I'm now heading, did that say S? What does that say? You see a dark passageway leading east. Okay, so now I'm heading east. That's exactly what I thought it would be. And then I should head south, which will be right, in theory. I think I have to get to the, is this it? Dinar Tariq, okay. And then I should just follow this. That'll bring me to Dinar Zad, or whatever her name is. So, we have a stranger to our fair land. Welcome, traveler from afar. Come closer, that you might find all that you seek here. I am Dinar Zad, changer of money for Shapir. Would you like to exchange something with me? I just remembered, text parser should be this right here. So anytime I want to type something in, it's right at the bottom. Anytime I go and talk to somebody, it is at the bottom of the list. Dinar Zad. My name is Dinarzad, which means child of gold coins. Money changer. I am always pleased to exchange money for strangers. Exchange. I will gladly trade your foreign money for our dinars and centimes. I always enjoy helping others, and I give the best rate around. I believe that the way the exchange rate worked in the first game, and I think they fixed it for this one, was that it was like a 10% cut. So no matter, and what you could do is you could reduce the amount that the cut was if you did it like 1 gold coin at a time, which meant that you weren't paying anything because it's not going to give you portions of the dinars. But if you did more than say 100, it would actually go higher than the 10% cut, so you'd actually lose a lot of money. So you couldn't do it all at once, so you sat there just like constantly exchanging 1 at a time or 10 at a time, because there would still be a loss at 10. But I believe that they fixed that, and I'm not going to bother sitting here trying to exchange 1 or 10 at a time, especially when I have 267 gold or whatever it is. So I'm actually just going to exchange my money right away. And 231 gold is what I've got. So I want to just immediately exchange it, so I'll accept. Here you are. I just love intimate exchanges like this. Perfect. So now I have 124 golden dinars and 0 brass centimes, which is more than enough money for me. So I really don't need a whole lot throughout this game. I'm just gonna say goodbye. Amen. Always coming and going, always going and coming, and always too soon. Ooh, that is an adult joke. All right, so now I'm gonna head down back to Ali Chica. Yeah. Gosh. So I'll head back to Ali Chica, and by the way, there is a setting in this game called Silly Clowns. I'll actually go over here. Silly Clowns are on. There was a guy that was walking down the street, and he is from what is the name of this company that made this? AGD Interactive. They made their own game, and there was a character that was walking down the street, and he was that character. And Silly Clowns are kind of, the setting is to have some silly things, little goofs around all over the place that kind of show up randomly. They don't do anything gameplay wise except for one, and that's the pizza elemental. I don't know if I'm gonna actually try and fight the pizza elemental, but I'll do a conditional requirement. Pizza elemental, because the pizza elemental is ridiculously hard, and I forget how to find the pizza elemental, so I'll have to look that up. Pizza elemental. So yes, very weird. So I might go and fight it, but only. See, the issue is because I'm on a timer, I don't know if I'll have the time to fight the pizza elemental, because I think you have to fight it either in the desert or in Shapir. I can't remember which. But as I said, I'll look it up and then determine from there, because if I have time in game to do it, I will try it. If I don't have the time in game to do it, I'm just going to skip it, because it does give something. It gives you a piece of pizza or something that works kind of like a healing potion, I think. I can't remember. It's just like it's a goofy thing. So okay, brass is essence of all that I sell: lanterns and lamps, braziers and bottles, tea servers and cups. I have the goods of the finest workers of metal in the city. Actually, one of my other things that I need to get is of brass, so I'm actually going to do that, and I will buy a brass lamp, but I'm going to try and negotiate down, so my offer will be, I'll start at 50%. Though it is far below the price I must pay for such an object, nevertheless I am out-bargained, and you shall have it for a mere 14 dinars. He did not change that. Let's bump it up to 9. 13. 10. It is impossible for me to charge any less than 12 dinars. Okay, I will do that then. So I'll buy it for 12. May the lamp may this lamp light your darkness. I remember it being way out in the desert, probably because the desert technically is infinite. I'm gonna put that in really heavy quotes though, because you can infinitely move in a direction, but as soon as you turn around to go back, you're right back on the base grid. So but I do believe you have to go I don't remember if it's east or west, but you have to go one of those two directions, and then you have to travel for something like 20 something screens. It's a while. It may even be more than that, but it is for a bit of a distance. Okay, let's see. That's the alchemist. I don't want to go to the alchemist. I want to go north. Living plants to bring the outdoors inside. Flowers alive to grow and thrive. You can actually up your honor. I think it's honor. It's either honor or communication. You can up either one of these two by buying flowers and then giving them to women. It doesn't matter what woman it is, but you can do it. Basically, just buying a bunch of flowers and then handing them off is a way to farm that stat. Did I go north? I think I might have gone north. Yeah. It is a way to do it. There's actually quite a few ways in this to farm certain stats, which is extremely useful. I wonder if this guy actually can sell anything. Merchant. My name is Kareem. I sell pottery renowned around all Shapir and sternness. Can I actually give him something? You don't have a use for any of the pots on display. Okay. But the funny thing is, if I turn back around, it looked... Yeah, he has, like, armor in there. The weapons at the stand resemble blah, blah, blah. The weaponry might be suitable for city guards, but you can tell the average quality would hamper monster slaying. Okay. Yeah, because there's, like, no way to get heavier armor in this game unless you already have it. Which is a good reason that you should be importing a character. And not just the stats. I don't even know where I am. I actually got lost. Evidently, I'm at the Palace Plaza, which is north. So, east. Is that east or west? Sultan Darb. The dark. Okay, going west. So that's going west. Yeah, so I don't need to do anything here. I'll go this way. And I should just go straight. And hopefully, this will bring me... Okay, so this brings me right back to the Fountain Plaza, and then I just go straight? No, that says south. So I need to go down this way, and then over this way. That's what I made a mistake on. Okay. And this should bring me back to Ali Chica and the front gate. Oh, of course it didn't. Went the wrong way again. So that's to Rakesh. But going the opposite way, right? I'm about to bust out my map. Keep going straight. And I believe it is actually south. But I'm going to bust out my map. Okay. That out of the way. So, in Quest for Glory 2, Trial by Fire, in the boxed version, VGA, the map should be no different, except for the fact that the map in this remake, I have gotten rid of all of the redundant passageways. I'm actually going to put Quest for Glory 1 VGA away real quick. And if I take out all the pamphlets and books, at the bottom is the map, which is quite nice. It's old, very old. It's as old as when the game came out, which I believe was 1990. Old for a map. I'll reiterate that because I'm older than this map is, so. Got to be careful. And it's actually quite nice. I'm going to turn the overhead light on. Don't remind me of how old it is. Yeah, exactly. And this is the map. You can see at the bottom, that's the actual map, but it has this really nice art design all over it. It is a beautiful piece of artwork. It looks really good in person. It is made out of a nice paper. I kind of wish it was a cloth, but that's okay. I'm not going to complain too much. I do have Might and Magic 6 comes with a map that's kind of similar to this, but is that plasticky paper stuff. This is actually like nice paper. But Might and Magic 6 also has a cloth map that comes with it, and I had to buy it separately. But it is very good. I don't know why I just folded that up. I was planning to use this. So let's see. I am currently in the Fountain Plaza. Okay, Fountain Plaza, and I need to get to the Gate Plaza, which is literally just south, so it should go straight from here. We have delicious things for you to eat. I do plan to get some jerky. Dates stuffed with honeyed almonds to tease your tongue. Let me turn the overhead light off, because I don't need it anymore. It is a certainty that you will enjoy what we sell. Okay. Now, this should be the path to the Gate Plaza. Should just keep going. And that looks correct. Okay. Hey, you, I just got a thing. A keychain with a real Shapir brass centime on the end. Only costing you 1 dinar. Uh-huh. Nice. That's saying a penny for $1. Alright. Let's actually talk to him. And merchant? No, first name. My name, he is Ali Chica. Merchant. I sell you what you need. What more can you want? I want a map. How you think you're gonna find yourself with no map? I sell you one cheap, only 100 centimes. Special edition today says you are here with a big X compass. With a compass, you always know which way you going. How many people you meet know that. I give you a compass. It only costs 100 centimes. Something else enough already. So the interesting thing about Ali Chica is you should be able to negotiate him down successfully to free for all of his stuff. So if I give an offer of, let's just do that and do 1. Let's say 1 and buy. All right, you drive a hard bargain. I give you this. I give you a wow. I give you this, and you give me 98 centimes. 1.96, 1.94, 1.92, 1.90, 1.88, 1.86. Okay, so 86 is the lowest that he'll go. If you have a higher communication, you can get it even lower. And I believe if your communication is at 200, anything he sells, he's willing to give you for like a single centime. There is a character in Quest for Glory 5 that you can negotiate all of his wares down to the lowest value. I forget what the coins are in that, but the cheapest one, and you can buy it for just 1, and it's food. So, and he absolutely loves your character and is willing to do it because he's basically a dog. I think you can also do that in Quest for Glory 3. New theory, Ali Chica is retired and just running that stall as a hobby. It would not surprise me at all. So I'll buy that. Let me see if I got a 1. I actually won't need this map anymore. There you go, boss. You're not gonna regret this, boss. Guaranteed the best in town, or getting your money back. Yeah, I know. Not a problem though. So, if I use it on myself, I can now see the map. And as you can see as well, all of those paths are completely eliminated from the game, as they are all completely unnecessary and only there for copy protection, and I don't need to use it. So, oh yeah, I always feel sorry for the little dog man. Yeah, well, he's a good boy though. Plus it's super cheap, so why not? But there is one in Quest for Glory 5 as well that is a dog man, and he does a very similar thing. I think he sells pizzas though. Pizza is definitely a thing in this series, certainly after Quest for Glory 1. This is true, yeah. Just set that there for now, because I may want to look at the manuals and stuff later. So, and the nice thing about Quest for Glory 2 VGA is if you have been somewhere before, you can just click and it'll fast travel you there. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. If you haven't been there, you do still have to go and explore it. So, like Palace Plaza, I have been there, so I can go there. If I look at Plaza of the Fighters, I can go there too. Shadok feels a strange pulling sensation, probably from the map, warping him from place to place. So I do need to talk to Rakesh, so I'm going to go and do that now. Greet. Good day. I hope you are well, young adventurer. Tell about Spielberg. You have truly earned the title of hero. Name. My name is Rasha Rakesh Satarna. I am called Rakesh. I am of the Liontar people. The Sultan summoned me to Shapir to aid against the dark magic, which even now hovers near the city. I fear, though, that I am not the hero I was once. Perhaps you will become the hero they need. That's quite an assumption that he's made already. Liontar people. We are a proud race of strong warriors, although we do tend to be a bit vain and perhaps a bit boastful. Hero. A true hero knows what must be done when there is need, and he must be able to do it. Daily News. Shapir has many tales to tell. Of what do you wish to discuss? A rumor. The stories told about Rasir lead one to suspect that it is not a very pleasant place to be. Shapir. This is a fine kingdom, and its ruler is very wise, but there are signs of dark magic seeking to overwhelm Shapir. I have to grab my compass as well when I'm done talking to Rakesh, so let me delete map because I've got that. Okay. Adventurers Guild. This place is very much a home for me. Adventure. When I was younger, I did much adventuring and exploring. That was, of course, before my leg was injured. I do not travel much now. I am here at the Sultan's request. Leg. My leg was damaged a long time ago when I tried to fight a demon that was destroying my people. The demon struck me with its poisoned tail. The bone was shattered, and because of the poison, the leg did not heal correctly, even with magic. Demon. The demon was sent by a wizard who sought to overthrow my kingdom. I defeated the demon, and eventually the wizard, but I had to give up the rule of my kingdom to my brother. Wizard. The wizard turned out to be a demon who sought through magical means to break the barriers between his world and ours. It took many years, but I at last managed to send the demon wizard back to his own world. Kingdom. I ruled the kingdom of Tarna until I had to choose between ruling my people or preventing the wizard from doing greater evil. I do not regret the choice I made. Tarna. The kingdom of Tarna lies to the southwest, many, many miles from here. I have not seen it for a very long time. Choice. My brother became a most wise ruler of Tarna, and I learned what it is to be a paladin. Paladin? The way of the paladin is to seek to know that which truly is. The paladin strives to learn his own inner nature and that of others. The paladin does whatever needs to be done to bring light to the world. Not for the glory, not for gain. The paladin becomes a paladin because it is his will. Yay! That's important because that means I can now start doing things for Paladin. Will. The will is the very essence of your soul. Okay. I actually really like it when I go back through this, I often don't really think too far ahead. I'm often actually clicking through things so quickly because I've done it plenty of times, but now that I'm actually reading it again, it's good to know and see that even though Quest for Glory 3 was not originally in the intended run, it was originally meant to be a quadrilogy of just 4 games, and it was supposed to be 1, 2, 4, and 5. It's nice to know that they decided to throw Quest for Glory 3 into an already existing thing that was in the game. So going to Tarna in the 3rd game is where you go, and essentially you just do the story that that Rakesh just tells you right then and there. Adventurers Guild Inn, yeah. Your Kata friends have a most excellent inn, from all I hear. Kata. It is easy to underestimate the Kata. They are shrewd and see much. Oops, I already did that. Something else. Fountain. The fountain which forms the city is indeed magical. It gives life to all that live around it. Magic. Magic surrounds all of us in this world, and is a part of us also. Aziza has many more answers than I. Aziza. This is also an important way to learn about Aziza, because she'll be important later. Aziza is a very powerful enchantress, wise in the way of elements. Key point. You might visit her house near the Shmali Tariq if you can win her respect, and that, of course, helps guide you to her home. Something else. Dinazad. Her place is in the middle of the web of alleys to the southeast. I already talked about Aziza. Palace. The Palace of the Sultan is a very beautiful place. I believe you will like it. Sultan. The Sultan, Harun al-Rashid, watches over his people and strives to make sure they are happy and content. Now, if you know anything about history, Harun al-Rashid was one of the wisest and most powerful sultans of the Abbasid Caliphate. When you talk about Islam, it was originally the Rashidun Caliphate that started in Arabia with Muhammad, and then after his death, that's where the schism between Sunni and Shia Islam happened, and eventually it was the Umayyad Caliphate that came up, conquered all of North Africa and into Spain, as well as the rest of Persia, and then eventually the Umayyads sort of collapsed internally due to strife and generally being seen as cruel, and they ended up being kept over in they retreated to Spain, which is where they created the Emirate of Cordoba, and the new caliph, the new caliphate that rose up, were the Abbasids, and Harun al-Rashid was considered to be one of the greatest and wisest rulers of the time, and also the inspiration for 1001 Nights, or Arabian Nights as it's commonly known as in the West, takes place at that time. So the fact that they pulled the name Harun al-Rashid for the Sultan in Shapir makes a lot of sense if you're trying to add some cultural context to things. It is really cool, actually. And interestingly enough, it's funny that I'm starting this today because I just recently got a new D&D book. So in 2nd edition D&D, there was the Al-Qadim setting, which is also like based on 1001 Nights. I mostly play 5th edition these days when it comes to D&D. I also homebrew a lot of stuff, and there is on the GM's Guild, which is a place that you can find a lot of content, the Zakara campaign guide, which is also 1001 Nights. It's the same thing as Al-Qadim, but it's updated for 5th edition, and it's actually a really nice book if you get the hard copy of it. So also based around all this stuff. So it sorrows him greatly to think of Rasir. It angers him greatly to think of the one behind Rasir. Okay, palace, something else. Daily news, I did. Shapir, desert. The desert is very dangerous to the unwary. Even a powerful warrior equipped with plenty of water can perish if he travels during the heat of the day. Monsters. There are many monsters out on the desert. They are all easy to avoid if you simply do not go out in the desert to look for them. But I will, because I'm a fighter, and I fight things. That's my lot in life. Rasir. The rumors from Rasir are that laws have become more important than men, and that it has become a crime to think. Few go to that city now, and even fewer return. Well, that's enough with Rakesh. Let's head back to Ali Chica and buy that compass. This you gotta see. The ashtray of Shapir made from imported coconut shell, hand-carved by Kata natives into the face of the Sultan. You not find this anywhere else. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy that, but I will buy your compass. Hey, you, come over here if you want to buy something. 98 centimes, 96, 94, 92, 90, 88, and then 86 for the minimum, so I'll buy that. There you go, boss. You no gonna regret this. Guaranteed the best in town. You no get your money back. And I think that's everything that I can buy from him. For now. He doesn't seem to have any useful items left in stock. Okay. Save the game. And we are... Ooh, I haven't saved it yet. So we're gonna call it Chadwick Fighter. Save. Alright, so now... I can see what direction I'm facing with the compass. There was also a hotkey for it. It was Control H. So Control H turns it on and off. Control R is the map. And I can close out of that by just going here. That way I should never really get lost. This will actually be more helpful in the desert than it will in the city at this point, because I can just look at my map at any time now. So I do want to go here because this is where the astrologer is, and if you talk to the astrologer and you ask him about your fate, that increases your luck. I don't know if you can do it multiple times, but doing it at least once guarantees an increase in that statistic. So now my communication is up to 121, and my honor is at 51. I think my honor is at 51 because I talked to Rakesh about paladins. All right, so now I have... Let me actually make sure that the game is paused. So I've got my compass. Save that. I've talked to Rakesh. Let's go and buy some water skins, which should be next to the Plaza of Fighters right here. Buy it from you. The finest in leatherwork will I sell to you, hero from a distant land. My leather is noted the world over for its beauty and durability. Good. So I don't want to spend 100 centimes. Let's try that. Since what you say is said so well, it must be that I will sell it for only 97. But I'm going to keep offering one over and over until he comes to 85. Buy that. Here you go, Effendi. Come again. Except I want to buy 3 more. Yeah, 3 more. So let's go and buy 3 more. And how much money do I have now? 106 golden dinars and 88 brass centimes. So that's totally fine. And I've got 5 leather skins. And we'll go back to the Fountain Plaza so we can fill them up. You fill your water skins with cool, clear water from the fountain. And your leather water skins are crucial adventuring equipment in the desert. You are carrying 5 full water skins. The collective weight of the water skins is 750 quarks. Okay, so the thing about the Undead Ungent in Quest for Glory 2 is that it does protect you against undead. There is only one undead type in this game, and those are ghouls. And if memory serves, it either makes them run away or prevents them from hitting you entirely. I think it makes them run away, though. So I'm not 100% sure on that. It's honestly relatively easy to fight them once you're kind of skilled with combat and all that. So let's see. I need to go to... I'm already in the Plaza of Fighter. No, I'm not. I'm in the Fountain Plaza. So let's go to Plaza of Fighters. Go inside. Meet Uhura. Ah, the hero of the katas. You have some reputation already. To hear merchants talk, if you are as good as they say you are, then you must be plenty good. I be Uhura. I'd be honored to visit you here. I'd be honored you visit here. All right, so let's see what the board says before we talk to her. The standard guild hall quest board. One of the less unusual things in this room has an assortment of notices posted. There will be given to the one who restores the Emir Aras al-Din to his rightful place in the palace at Rasir the sum of 1,000 dinars by order of the Sultan Harun al-Rashid. He who is willing to brave the desert should seek Harik Attar in his shop at the sign of the mortar and pestle by the fountain. That one shall find rewards for his courage. So that guy's the alchemist. If I talk to him before I go out into the desert, that'll also give me the opportunity to collect things to be able to sell to him and then make more potions, because he doesn't start with potions, or rather pills, because they don't do potions in this game. In order for him to make certain pills, he has to have certain things that you can find, and you got to talk to him before you can do that. Notice, there is needed for a spell of great power the whirling part of a dervish. Inquire at the magic shop. Keep on laughing. Prop. The way of the paladin, to seek, to learn, to do. Those who do service to the city and land of Shapir shall know the rewards of goodness by order of the Sultan Harun al-Rashid. Okay. So here is the Eternal Order of Fighters logo. This is a logo of the Eternal Order of Fighters. There is some text written on the plaque. If you got real guts and don't know the meaning of fear, if you got real muscles and don't take guff from no one, if you got a real weapon and know how to use it, then maybe you are good enough to join the Eternal Order of Fighters. We pick only the best to join, and we'll be watching you. So don't just be good, be great. Be a member of EOF, Eternal Order of Fighters. The guts, the glory, the greatest. And here's yet another moose. It's the moose. It's the head of the... Oops, I got disconnected apparently. Okay. It looked like I got disconnected there for a second, but it seems like I might be back. Not sure what happened there. But everything seems to be fine otherwise. I guess it was just kind of a blip. Okay. Let's see. You didn't seem to disappear on it. Okay, good. Because I got a notification on my end saying that OBS disconnected, and then I went to go and check, and it looks like everything seemed fine. But whatever, works out for me, so I don't mind. As long as it didn't interrupt on your end, I'm okay with that. Because even like my bitrate says everything is fine. Okay, so I'm gonna greet her. Habari, young adventurer. It is good to have your kind here. Tell about Spielberg. Maybe you find work for Hero here, too. Let's talk to her. Uhura. My name be Uhura, and I gotta get rid of that H, and now it's spelled correctly. It means freedom in my people's voice. People. My people be very far from here. I be Simbani warrior, but Simbani women cannot be wife and warrior, so I be coming to Shapir to find father so I can bear child. Now I have Simba, and still remain Simbani warrior. Homeland. My land and people are many months' travel from here. Simba's father. Simba's father be in the Sultan's guard. Strong fighter. He be almost better than me. Daily news. Always be things going on about here. Much to talk about. What do you want to know? A rumor. Maybe they be needing a new guild master here soon, I be thinking. When problems be in Shapir, I be here. When problems be going, I be going. Okay. Shapir. This be a good place to stay while Simba be so small. Soon he be big enough to travel. Then we be going back to my home. Adventurers Guild. This place I be working while Simba be small. I be good fighter, good adventurer. You need help fighting? I be good teacher too. Practice. Maybe we practice combat skills, you and I. Oh, we will. We definitely will. Work. Rakesh be saying that bad things happen here soon. Bad magic. He come down. Somebody has got to stop him. Maybe you. Rakesh. Rakesh be very fine warrior. He knows to be kind and gentle and kind too. Very wise, very strong, but his leg be plenty bad. Hurt him all the time. Leg. Rakesh leg be broken badly in a fight long time. It did not heal right. That's true. He did tell me about that. That was about the demon. Book. That be where you sign in to be adventurer in Shapir. Which I did already. Quest board. There be jobs, plenty rewards for good adventurers. There be many more before I come here. But I be taking care of Simba too much now for jobs. Rewards. The Sultan be very wise and generous. Sometimes he has Rakesh give rewards to those who have done things for him. Okay. Plaque. That be the motto of the EOF. Read it. I did. EOF. Men join to show off muscles and talk big. Uh-huh. That's true. Something else. Fountain. You'll be finding Fountain if you go east of this plaza. Inn. Hear many good things about your friends at the inn. They be heroes to the other kata. Say that you be hero too. Kata. Kata. They be good hunters if you get them away from the city. Hero. To be a real hero here, you need to become a paladin, which I have every intention of doing. It is entirely my goal, in fact. Paladin. One very special a paladin be. Talk to Rakesh. He be knowing very much about paladins. Because he is a paladin, in fact. Dinarzad. Go to the east, and then go south when you can. Follow the road, and you be finding her. Palace. My man works at the Sultan's palace. It be to the east of here. Oh, I actually want to talk about Sultan. Good leader. When trouble started to happen in Rasir, he be going with his men there. Magic wind storm blew up, and many men died. My man say the Sultan be plenty brave, but could not stop magic. Simba. Simba means lion in my language. Rakesh say he sounds like a lion cub when he cries. Something else. Rasir? No. Desert. No place for fools. Too hot in the day, too many monsters at night. Very easy to get lost and never come back from there. Monsters. Many monsters live in the desert. You be going there, you need to watch for jackal men and ghouls at night. During day, you find brigands, scorpions, and pterosaurus is always a problem. That's good to know, because now I'm going to talk about each of them. Jackalmen. One jackalman not be all that tough, but many jackalmen be wearing down even good fighters. Keep rest of the pack off your flank at all costs. Ghoul. Ghouls be bad magic things, out only at night. They eat the dead, but they will not be picky if they get the chance to eat you. They steal your life, and then use it to cast spells against you. Avoid their spells, and kill them quickly while they be weak. Brigand. Brigands be only moderate fighters, but they can still kill unprepared victims. You be fine as long as you attack and defend better than they do. Scorpion. If you be fighting Scorpion, you must watch the tail. If the tail gets you, then you will be plenty sick, maybe dead, unless you get healing. Scorpion be not very smart fighter, though. And the thing about Scorpions, too, is if they do get you, if they do a direct hit to your chest, I don't think it matters how much health you have. If you haven't taken, like, poison pills, it'll instantly kill you. Pterosaurus. Dinosaur thing with many claws and teeth. It likes to eat people. Watch out when it leaps at you. It can tear you up if you do not dodge. A few weeks ago, one Pterosaurus approached city and invaded pen, tried to kill riding sauruses. Rakish was nearby and helped gate guards slay it. Now head hangs there on wall. I'm actually gonna go back. This is the Pterosaurus she was just talking about. The stuffed head brings back memories of your encounters with those lovable Saurus Rexes in Spielberg. This relative doesn't look as bulky, but seems every bit as mean. The plaque reads, Pterosaurus slain by Rakish Satarna. What's this? This creature's head looks like that of an overgrown canine. Oh, it's Jackalman. But if the plaque is to be believed, it must have been separated from a humanoid torso. The plaque reads, Jackalman slain by sweeping Sir James. We were talking about the desert and monsters, and we just talked about Pterosaurus, so we're done with that. And Rasir. Very bad things happen there. Maybe they start to happen here. I be hoping not. I be strong fighter, but such things come of bad magic. Hard to fight magic with a spear. Enough already. Okay, so now I am at still 100 stamina, which is great. So in order to fight, I just go to this room over here. That will be the place to see just how good a fighter you are. I get tired of not using spear and shield for so long a while. Maybe you and I will go check out skills there. No throwing things though, only melee fighting, which is fine by me. Picking up rocks and chucking them is about as much as I'm going to do when it comes to throwing. This be the training area. Sometimes Rakish and I spar here when his leg not hurting. If you have some spare time, we can practice a bit together. You may be warrior, but there still be plenty of things to learn about combat. That's true. I'm going to talk to Simba. Goo goo gaga goo, I say. Poltergeists make up the principal types of spontaneous material manifestations, says Simba. Yeah. When I first found out about that, it was odd, because I didn't even bother talking to Simba for the longest time, but then I tried it, and then that's what happened. I'm gonna do a tutorial just to spruce up on my skills again, because it's been a while. So, tutorial. You may be wanting to know about some basic combat actions. I'd be happy to teach you. This tutorial is intended to introduce the player to the basics of the game's battle system. Good. We start with some footwork. First, move backward, like this. Press 2. Okay. I think it's num lock needs to be turned on. There we go. Move back one more time. We now both be standing at the edge of combat area. None of us be capable of moving farther backward. Now, walk forward again to advance on an opponent. If enemy be right in front of you, you cannot advance further. Footwork also be important when getting out of harm's way. There be various ways to dodge incoming attacks. Most common way of dodging be moving sideways. Be careful if enemy swings with his weapon. If you be dodging in the wrong direction, you be walking right into his blow. Press 1 and 3 to dodge sideways. Okay, ready? Go. Good. In real combat, opponent may be faster. I be going easy on you for now. Reflexes and blade must be equally sharp, otherwise you lose. There be more ways to evade blows in combat, all of them based on principle of footwork. Easiest way is jumping backward and moving out of my reach. Let's try. Press 2 to avoid the attack. Problem with jumping backward is that you can get yourself cornered this way. If an attack is aimed high, you can quickly duck under it. This not be very tiring, and you remain within range for a quick counterattack, but will only work if act at last moment. Need good timing. Let's try. Press 2 at the last moment to duck high attacks. Oops. Certain attacks will always knock you back in one hit. Be careful of aggressive opponents. Try again. Well timed. Now we try something similar. If enemy uses attack aimed at kneecaps or feet, you can jump up to avoid it. I do a low stab and you dodge by jumping. Press 2 at the last moment in order to jump over low attacks. You be quick learner. Last defensive action be parry skill. Footwork be very important, but it be not the only way to save your life in battle. You can block attacks with either shield or weapon. Shield be best for stopping attacks of any kind, but swordsmen often favor blade to stop attack from other swordsmen. Sword arm often be more nimble than shield arm. Use 4 to block attacks with your shield, use 6 to block attacks with your weapon. Okay, ready? Now. Make sure to defend like that in actual combat too. Now we do some attacking. Combat can't be won unless you can damage enemy. The safest and fastest way to attack be the stab or thrust. Stab does not do much damage, but enemy won't have much time to defend against it or counter it. Try stabbing. So it's 9. Finally, let's practice the swing. This attack be slower than the stab, but inflicts more damage. Attack me once more. As you can see, opponent will mind defense, and you better be doing too. That be all for now. Next training session, we fight for real. One more thing. If you think you be losing, run away. Survival be more important than pride. You may die gloriously out in desert, but nobody here will ever know. Press escape if you want to run away from combat. Okay, now it's time to practice. Challenge. Mzuri-sana, I accept your challenge. Let's fight. So in the beginning, she's probably going to be a lot tougher for me, and my stamina is going to go down real fast. Whoops. And the reaction time when you're a low skill doesn't really help out much. There are also some skills that you learn later on as you get better at fighting, which I am like by default trying to do, but I don't have access to them yet. Do not let me touch you with my spear the next time. Oh, good advice. I will be plenty mad if some monsters tear you to shreds because you do not dodge enough. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rest. If you be tired, we go back to the main hall. Much more comfortable there. Okay. You spent an hour listening to Uhura's stories about her homeland. So that brought my vitality up a little bit, but not much else. So I'm actually going to leave here. And let's see what the map has to see. Okay, so WIT, the Wizards Institute of Technossery, is up here. I don't need to go there. And the Eternal Order of Fighters, I don't have to worry about till later. I believe that this is where Aziza is. And I don't remember what's here. I also don't remember what's here off the top of my head. But I'm going to head to the Gate Plaza. Guide to sightseeing in beautiful Razir. Only costed you 1 dinar since it only got a 1 page. All right, I'm going to go outside. So you're the stranger the merchants are talking about. The gate to Shapir is always open, but never have I seen an entrance to the city like yours. To fly in on a carpet, it must be grand. The Sauruses, Sarai, outside the main gate of Shapir is a corral for the townspeople's Sauruses. So I do want to buy a Saurus eventually, but I have to wait for the right one to come along. You are not likely to live long if you go that way. One cannot travel in the desert unless one is better prepared or joins a caravan. Yeah, I don't care. I'm actually going out here to actually throw rocks. Grab a handful of rocks. Okay. It's so much faster in this game than it is in the first game to throw rocks, which is great. Throwing strength and agility will all go up, which is awesome. It's pretty much like machine gun speed when I throw rocks in this game. How many rocks do I have? 130? Okay. Let's start hucking. I do have to go to the alchemist after I'm done throwing all these rocks, though, because I need to talk to him and maybe buy some pills if he has any available for me. How much did 130 garner me? 111, 106, 108, and vitality 105. Not bad, not shabby at all. It is good that you have returned safely from the desert. I need to turn the speed down. And let's head on in. Since you're my best customer, I make you a deal. I sell you a duck. I'm not gonna buy a duck, thanks. Okay. Plaza North? No, it's down this way. There it is. So I'll head over to the alchemist. And I'll go talk to him. Ah, I did not notice you come in. This is the apothecary, where one can buy many wondrous pills and oils. I am Harik. If you need something, just let me know. I'm going to greet him. Welcome. How may I be of service? Make a purchase. All right, so he has healing potions, vigor potions, mana pills, poison cure, and oil. I do need the oil. That's like a requirement, I believe. So buy for one. He gives you burning glare. That is not an offer I am prepared to accept. I request that you pay 19 centimes. I'll try again. 18. 17 is the final price. All right, I'll buy it. Thank you for your patronage. Make a purchase. How much are vigor? 500. Wow. All right, let's bring that back down to 1. 485, 470, 455, 440, 425. And I will buy... Let's buy 5. Thank you for your patronage. There's a special money-back guarantee with every pill I sell. If you die because of a pill, I will gladly refund your money. I bet. So now I have 15. And I have 85 golden dinars and 46 brass centimes. Okay. Vigor is far more important than anything else. So let's talk to him about some other stuff. Harik. I am Harikatar, which in your language means fire druggist. I was well named. Daily News. What is it that you wish to know? A rumor. I have been told that the teeth of a dragon are very useful for components, but I have never been fortunate enough to find any. Shapir. This city and land are the very heart of the world. Inn. The inn, I think, is in a plaza to the south of here. Fountain. The fountain is a source of water for the city. Apothecary. This is the apothecary where one can buy many wondrous pills. I am Harik. If you need something, just let me know. Pills. I have the following pills for sale. Vigor pills for 425 centimes. Healing pills for 10 dinars. Poison cure pills for 12 dinars. Mana pills for 15 dinars. Take one pill with water and get plenty of rest. Vigor. Vigor pills add iron, pour blood, restore vital minerals used up in strenuous exercise, and act as quick picker-uppers in times of stress. Healing pills. Healing pills accelerate the normal healing of the body. A hero such as yourself will undoubtedly need a large supply. Poison cure pills. The venom of the desert scorpion is deadly unless you take these pills before you are struck by its tail. Okay, so yeah, you have to consume a poison cure pill before you get stabbed by a scorpion, otherwise it'll instantly kill you. Mana pills. Mana pills are very useful for those with magical abilities. They restore the magical energy used in spells. Water. Pills tend to stick in your throat if you don't drink plenty of water. Something else. Oil. I sell oil for filling lamps and for quieting squeaky hinges. A small container of oil costs 17 centimes. So that would also be doubly useful for a thief. Because you generally, like, it's been a long time since I played a thief. So I'm not sure if the squeaky hinges is going to be a thing in this, but I would have to play through again. And I intend to eventually play through every single one of the classes in Quest for Glory. I'm going to do, obviously, a Quest for Glory run as a fighter into Paladin this go-round. But I'm not going to jump into another class right afterwards. I'll probably play another game. Probably play another game series, and I'm already thinking that it's probably going to be something a bit different for me. So let's see. I really want to know about the other pills. I could probably just like be cheap about this and ask about dispel potion. I do have a recipe for that one, but it takes some rare ingredients to make. Are you sure you really need one? Ingredients. It is not in my power to give you the answer, probably because I spelled it wrong. Ingredients. Dispel. Yeah, he's not willing to talk about it yet. All right, well, I'll come back to him later. And we're gonna go and talk to Keep On Laughing real quick. Narak Saeed, aloha, hey, welcome in, Gesundheit, tip a canoe, and how do you do? Pleased to meet you, and I mean to please you. Welcome to my little shop of wonders. Wonder what shop it is? It's magic, of course. I'm Keep On Laughing, proprietor. You must be Noble Cause. Proud to know ya, Mr. Cause. Shapir always hopes for heroes. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Yorick is, I think they're both gnomes, if I remember correctly. And, of course, they're both very similar to each other. Keep On. Keep On Laughing is my name. Ask me again, and I'll tell you the same. I wonder if I can ask him about gnome. Keep On Laughing is my name. Yeah, he's a gnome. So, hey, Angel, how's it going? Daily news. If you choose to snooze, you lose, Zeus. So don't be accused of dulling your fuse from abuse. Just get with the news. It goes yourself. Going really well. It didn't take too long to finish out the rest of the grind for intelligence. So that was nice. I think it took about a half hour to finish off the last 8 points, and it actually surprised me. And then I finished off rescuing Elsa, got rid of Baba Yaga, ended the game, and then ported the character over to this game. So I'm actually gonna hop in here. And one of the things I explained, you had asked, I think it was 2 days ago, you asked if there was any real benefit to having maximum stats. The benefit primarily is, of course, that you start with 100 and everything when you come into this game. I'm actually going to save it real quick. Yep. And quit. So I'm going to have to restart it real quick. Play game. And if I start a new hero as a fighter, you can actually see here what the stats are for a basic class. They are significantly higher if you import a character. So that's the number one thing to keep in mind when you're importing a character and maxing out all their stats. You have a good leg up, which is really beneficial in Quest for Glory 2 because of the fact that everything is timed based. So because you're on a strict schedule to make sure that you do certain things at certain times, you want to have as much time as possible in order to max out every one of your stats and skills. The other thing to keep in mind is that communication right here is a new skill that is introduced in this game. It has no indication of what it would be, and that's because your communication skill is equal to 3/4 your intelligence plus 1/4 of your luck. If you have 100 in both, you have a 100 in communication. I actually upped my intelligence by 25 points at the beginning of the game because imported characters get a bonus of 25, not 50. So my intelligence was 125, my luck was 100, so my communication started off at 118. So that's probably the most beneficial thing to keep in mind when you import a character. So we'll just continue, and going back and looking at my stats here, 106, 125, 108, 105, 100. I still have not picked anything in magic, stealth, pick locks, or climbing. My weapon use, parry, and dodge haven't changed because I did do a little bit of fighting, but it wasn't real fighting, and it was practicing with Uhura, who is the Adventurer Guild leader. And then I did a little bit of throwing before coming and talking to Keep on Laughing. And my communication skill I've been working on because I've been negotiating prices down with a bunch of merchants as I've been buying things. So one of the things that you can purchase from Keep on Laughing, you still don't have the skill, Phil, so I'll spare you the bill. I may not have the skill, but I thought I could still make a purchase. What about... The tag says, Ali Fakir Genuine X-ray Glasses, 15 dinars. They look incredibly large, but the tag also says one size fits all. It must be magic. So can I buy it now? Yes, I can. Okay. So the X-ray glasses, these serve one purpose, and it doesn't help at all with the game. So towards the end of the game, I'll make the purchase, but using them actually causes you to lose honor and can prevent you from becoming a paladin. So I'll save it first before using them, just to show what they do, and that's at the very end of the game. But I'll have to reload and then not use them when the situation arises. So I'm actually going to negotiate them down. Whoo, smooth talking dude. You got the gift for Gab tab. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Seeing as you being a hero and all, I'll reduce the price to 14 simoleons. Dinars, that is. Flo, Shapir, Buccaneer. No, I want him for 1. So now he's down to 13. I want it for 1. 12 is the lowest he'll go, so I'll buy that. Nothing up my sleeve. Presto, changeo, rearrangeo. Here you go, Joe. Hope you're happy, Pappy. You put the glasses away. Okay, so they are X-ray glasses. So they're just going to kind of sit in my inventory for the whole game, and I'm not going to use them because there's no sense of using them. There's only one place you can. So if you need to know some knowledge about the magic way, then go and see Aziza, who will enchant you if you stay. Watch out, she's testy though. So long, farewell, oaf. We the same. Goodbye. See you real soon, Effendi, cause I like ya. All right. So now let's see. Bag. Let's buy a bag. I have to go to a cloth merchant for that. Which I believe is not here. So let's actually get back to the map. And I think that's in the plaza. Yes, it is. So this guy right here. Buy it from him. The finest of carpets in all the land I have for you, for your perusal, hero of the north. Okay. Forgive me, but Shima would be most displeased if I sold you something which you could not... Oh, I see. He's not cloth. He's a rug merchant. Jewelry of the finest gems inlaid in rings of gold and silver, necklaces of beautiful stones, things of beauty which will last forever, all of which I sell. Wares. I have many types of necklaces and bracelets, but my specialty is to sell the jewelry best suited to the customer. I believe, O hero, that for you I have a pin. Pin. Here is a pin with a sapphire of exceeding clarity and color like that of your eyes, and a simple but elegant gold setting with a color like that of your hair. It would be a gift worthy of a sultan. Sapphire pin. Yes. Price. The merchant's prices are too high. Okay, so let's see if I can buy that. The sapphire pin has a value of 500 dinars. Would you care to bargain? After trying to make a deal for some 20 minutes, you realize that you really don't need the pin that badly. Such a shame that we could not make a deal. The pin was truly perfect for you. So, that pin you will get eventually. And what's important about it is it helps you towards the end of the game, and you can actually bring it into the next game. And it can help you in the next game, too. So I've got oil, I have the lamp, I still need that bag, so let's find out where that could be. Fighter Plaza? Yeah, I think maybe this guy. Cloth of the finest weaves in the loveliest of colors, clothes to entice the touch, veils to reveal and conceal, all this I have and more. You can attest to how comfortable and conforming my wares are, for you wear them all. Okay, so I will buy from this guy because I need this cloth bag. So I'm going to buy it for one. He'll sell for 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, no less. Buy. Thank you, Effendi. May it please you well. Okay, now I've got the bag. So I don't need that anymore. Salt, bellows, water skins. I can't get the bellows for a while. I actually need to get my strength up significantly before I can get the bellows. I've got plenty of rations, but I'm going to buy more because I'm going to buy the jerky, which I think is in the Fountain Plaza. Yep, right here. I just missed that. Perhaps you would like a hot spice sauce on a stick. What about some nice lizard jerky? That's what I'm going to end up buying is the lizard jerky. I could go for some lizard jerky myself. Oh, you've convinced me. I will buy the jerky. Oh, you know what? Let's see. It is not salt. It is earth, and I know how to get that. So let's get rid of that, and I don't have to worry about that now. Dates, bread, falafel. Exit. Sauce on a stick. Lizard jerky rations for 100 centimes. Let's do one. 99. No, it is not right that such a speech be rewarded so little. It should be 42 centimes. 42 centimes? Do you simply wish to give away our food? 93 centimes. 88 centimes for such a hero. Very well. For you, we shall make a special price. It will cost you 88 centimes instead of the normal price. How about one? Humble apologies, Effendi, but 85 centimes is my final offer to you. All right, that works for me. So I will buy 5. No, I'll buy 2 because that'll be 10 in total. So I'll buy that. May you be much the better for it. May it please you well. Okay. And I think that should be all that I have to worry about for rations. And I have talked to Uhura, but I'm going to actually change this to fight her, or rather practice. And that's going to be there until I basically don't need it anymore. And goals for QFG2 should also be max out stats and skills. Okay. So yeah, conditional requirements still Pizza Elemental. I think the Pizza Elemental needs to... I'm going to look up real quick what I should do for that. Pizza Elemental QFG2. Pizza Elemental associated with that. Running gag. Yep. It's apparently not particularly powerful. Of all the elemental creatures, it's not particularly powerful and appears to be essentially helpless. It's a totally flat creature with no noticeable appendages. If somebody okay. Well, I guess I will go and fight it. The Pizza Elemental has characteristics of its associated element, which is pizza. It is well-rounded, flat, tasty, perhaps gooey. Is there... Shows that it's flat. Pizza is not very powerful. Some scholars... Okay, I'm not actually getting the information on how to get it, though. But I'll worry about that later. I don't need to worry about the Pizza Elemental at the moment, so... Okay. I gotta make sure that this is going well. Okay, good. And let me actually minimize that because I don't need that right now. And let's see. So one of the things that I have to do as well is there are certain timed events. So if I go back here for my goals, Omar Poetry is another one. Shima Dance. I'm gonna write down elementals. It's already kind of in my mind with the other things, though. Okay, so that's that there. That's there. I think I'm gonna go to the astrologer. Continue going that way. And yep, so as soon as I see a passage off to the left, I will go that way, which is right here, the Tariq of Stars. Keep going that way. Let's see. I want to keep an eye on that. All right. And then the astrologer. Come in, Hassan, come in. Oh, that is not you, is it? It is hard for me to tell at such a distance. Come in anyway, and welcome. I am Abu al-Enjun, and I am the astrologer of the stars and omens. Who are you that I might know you? What might I call you? Well, my name is Chadwick, but if you tell him any name that you want, he will call you by that name. So I'm going to say, that I'm Chadwick, because I don't know if that's going to negatively impact anything in regards to Paladin. So, Chadwick, it is indeed a name for heroes. It is well that you have come then. The signs show that we will soon need a hero here. So, if we look at this sign, it's P plus Kaboom minus M, so Peekaboo. That's waves, so like C and then the letter U. So Peekaboo, I see you. The ladder must lead to the roof where the stargazing is better. Please, I would prefer it if you did not go up there. That leads to my observatory on the roof where I keep very delicate instruments. Alright, so I want to look at what my luck is. My luck is at 100. And I believe if I ask him about my fate, it'll increase my luck guaranteed. So, first I'm going to greet him. Welcome. May the stars smile upon you. Abu. I have been stargazing since I was little. There is so much to learn from astrology. Astrology. Astrology is based on the principle of as above, so below. The heavens reflect the earth, and vice versa. Job. My job is to reveal the future to those who seek it. Perhaps you wish to know your own fortune. I do. What's my fortune? If you wish to know your fortune, I will need to know your guiding signs. Tell me about your past and the things you have done. So I need to do this, and then tell about Spielberg. You have lived a most interesting life. I will look into what signs have guided your life thus far, and see how they will affect you in the future. This will take many hours, so you will need to come back some other day. You can also tell him about more deeds that you do as you do them, and this will give him a more accurate description of what your fortune ends up being, which is not going to increase luck because he has to actually tell you what happens. So let's continue talking. Daily news. What would you like to consult the stars about? A rumor. I talk to the stars, and the things they tell me are more than mere rumor. Stars. The relationships of the stars influence our lives constantly. Something else. Let's talk about Shapir. The eye of the shadow is over the city. The dark hand is moving toward us. There will be misfortune here shortly. Eye of the shadow. The planet known as the Eye has crossed the sign of the shadow. The shadow is watching us, and who knows what evil lurks. I sure don't. I'm learning so many things about this game I didn't know. Oh, like gaining luck from talking to the guy and stuff like that, as well as what was the other thing that I mentioned? Like the way the communication skill works. Dark hand. The stars which shape the hand signify action. When the hand is dark, it means oppression. Palace. I visit the palace each morning to tell of the night's events. Yeah, and changing what he says based on how much you've told him. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And ideally, I think you get some points off of it. I don't remember. But ideally, you want to try and talk to him about everything after you've accomplished most of the goals before you leave Shapir. And then he'll give you as accurate of a description as possible, which basically will tell you what's going to happen with the rest of the game. But it's done in a sort of what would you call it? It's done in a sort of aloof kind of way without telling you the details. Wait, Palace, yeah, Sultan. The Sultan, may his name be printed on the stars, consults me regularly. Let's see, Rasir. The dark hand is over Rasir now. Its ruling planet has been missed since it passed across the dragon. Dark hand. The stars which shape the hand signify action. When the hand is dark, it means oppression. Dragon. The dragon is the sign of vast magical power. Enough already. So I think that's pretty much all I'm going to get from him for now. The stars are all out of place compared to Spielberg. Where the heck is this place? You've heard of 4 poster beds, but this is ridiculous. It's only a model of a planetary system. It isn't the real thing. Okay. You used to have a magic 8-ball that performed much the same function as this dartboard. Let's see. P plus explosion. No, wait. Plus kaboom. Oh, heck. You never were any good at these things anyway. Except I did just solve it, like, 2 minutes ago. Alrighty. So I actually don't need to do that. Can you use my map? It only works in the outside. If you need to know more about the future, visit me again when it arrives. Of course. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the Palace Plaza and then find Aziza's door. I might not talk to her yet, but at the very least I want to get the location on my map, so that way I can just fast travel there when I need to. In some parts of this game, too, it's actually easier, because I'm running this in a window right now, it's actually easier to move with the keyboard than it is with the mouse, which is not really what I would have expected. But it's mainly because the mouse, when I bring it down to the bottom, it actually goes off the game, and I end up clicking on my desktop, so... the door seems to be watching you. Let's see if this already shows up. It does not. Knock. You politely knock on the door. Who is it that seeks to enter? Chadwick. Who is it that sent you here? Rakesh. Who injured the leg of Rakesh? A demon. My first is the first, my second the last. Next comes myself, then back to the end, and beginning again. Who am I? So this is a riddle. And if you happen to know what her name is, you can just type in her name. But the riddle also will tell you what her name. So her name is spelled A-Z-I-Z-A. My first is the first letter of the alphabet. My second is the last letter of the alphabet, A-Z. Next comes myself, I, then back to the end, Z, and beginning again, A. Who am I? So it is A-Z-I-Z-A, Aziza. You may enter freely into my home, Chadwick. Come in, sit down, and we shall speak. So it's really important every time you talk to Aziza to greet her first. Welcome. It is good to have a visitor who understands the proper way to enter a conversation. Then you just go and sit down. Because if you don't greet her, it's considered rude, and I believe that does cause the etiquette with Aziza for the honor list to have issues. Shall we share tea? Answer yes. The tea is cool and refreshing. You find yourself relaxing as you drink and listen to the sound of flowing water. Now that we have shared tea, what is it for which you have come? Well, I don't want to kiss Aziza. I want to thank her first. You are most welcome. And then I will talk to Aziza. My name means highly prized. It was the name of my mother. Aziza's magic. My magic is very practical. I know many things that go on in this land. Unfortunately, Rasir has been closed to my far-seeing since the Emir vanished. Soon I will try a different type of spell to see if I can gain more information. Magic. The magic I work with most is water magic. That of knowledge and true seeing. As water can reflect, I too can reflect spells back upon the caster. There is much magic in this land, some of a very dark nature. Nature. Magic can be misused for ill purposes. A foe can seem to be a friend, and the victim is helpless against the foe. The more powerful the magic, the more likely it can be used for evil purposes. Farseeing. My spells allow me to see things at a distance and to know their true nature. I already asked about nature. Daily news. Very well. What would you like to discuss? A rumor? I am not familiar with idle gossip. That makes sense. Shapir. This city was built around the magic fountain which flows freely. It is protected by the mountains and the desert and has known only peace and prosperity until now. Inn. You would know more about that than I. Fountain. The magical fountain is a symbol for our city. Magic shop. Keepon's magical abilities are great, but his style is much too childish. Still, if you must purchase his sort of toy magic, his shop is the place to visit. Astrologer. The astrologer is fond of making predictions of things to come. Some of the things of which he speaks actually come to pass. Well, if you throw everything at the wall, eventually something's going to stick. Kata. The Kata are a clever people. They work only at things they enjoy. Sultan. The Sultan Harun al-Rashid is a most wise ruler. He often consults me for information about things. He has a good deal of understanding about people, and he knows how best to use them. He is doing everything in his power to prevent the ill omens from coming to pass. Something else. I think that was all under Shapir, right? Yes, it was. So, desert. The Ifrit make the hot desert sands their home. They are seldom seen. Jinn. The Jinn are very powerful magical beings who roam this land. There are 5 types of Jinn: Jan, Jinn, Shaitan, Ifrit, and Marid. Jinn. Jinn are powerful and rule the air, living in the clouds. Jan. Jan are seldom seen. They take the shape of animals and hide in the mountains to avoid outsiders. Shaitan. The Shaitan prefer streams and waterways. Ifrit. The Ifrit are associated with fire, and as such, prefer the desert. Marid. Most powerful and magical of all are the Marid, and the master of the Marid is Iblis. Iblis. Iblis once sought to rule the world and created a great city in the middle of the desert. But Suleiman ben Daud summoned all the jinn to rise against Iblis. Iblis was bound in a statue, and his mighty city was destroyed to become his tomb. Rasir. Rasir was like a twin to Shapir until a year ago this month. The Emir Aris was overthrown and disappeared. His brother now sits upon the throne. There is a darkness over the city through which I cannot see with all my magic. Emir. The Emir Aris was a foolish man who ruled more with his heart than his head. There was magic involved in this disappearance. Since he has gone, the city of Rasir has fallen into dark times, and many have fled the new tyranny. Darkness. When I try to use Farsi upon the city of Rasir, it is as though the city is wrapped in a web of blackness, which I cannot see through. Enough already. So, whenever you want to leave, you have to say goodbye. Well, I generally will thank her just in case, so I'll thank her. You are most welcome. And then I'll say goodbye. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Perhaps we shall share tea again sometime, and we most definitely will. Now, because I have the text parser set up, I could have actually asked her information about stuff that happens a little later on, but we're still only on the first day. It's mid-afternoon on day 1, so I'm not going to do that just yet, just because that's kind of like skipping ahead. And it doesn't really benefit me at this point, especially since I'm already kind of getting the things set up right now with like the bellows and water skins and the lantern and everything. Speaking of water skins, I should actually delete those from my goals because I've already got those. Eternal Order of Fighters, practice with Uhura, pills, max out stats and skills, Omar, Shima, max out, yeah, stats and skills, Shima Dance, and elementals. Okay. So for the honor list, I believe Omar's purse, other than the giving money to the beggar, Omar's purse, I believe, is the first thing that'll come across. The beggar may show up sooner rather than later. I think he shows up on day 2 or day 3. And then I just give him money a couple of times, and that should be good enough. So I do need to do that at some point. So I don't need to actually go up here, but I'll go there anyway just to show that it's there. I also need to run. So I am facing... I gotta go left. Okay. And then go down here. And this will be the entrance to Wit, which I cannot gain access to. I don't know if I'm actually going to even be able to see it on the map as a location to teleport to. Yeah, because it's a hidden door. You are walking through one of the many twisty streets of the city. Yeah, so I don't think that it won't show up at all for me. I actually have to be a wizard in order to see it, because I believe you have to cast Detect Magic in order to see the door. I don't remember what's over here, so we're going to go and check that out. And that'll be to the north. Just to make sure I'm going the right way. Yep. So as soon as I can make a right, that's what I want to do. And that'll be right here. This may be the entrance to the Eternal Order of Fighters. I think it might be. If it's the door that's down at the end. Yeah, this will be the Eternal Order of Fighters. Knock on the door. The door is locked tight, and the sound of your knocks echo hollowly in the alley without response. Open door. The door is locked. Listen at door. All you hear is a ringing in your own ears. Yep, so that's the Eternal Order of Fighters location. I'll go there eventually. And then there's this area here. So let's head to the Palace Plaza. And that's east, so I want to go this way. And I basically just follow this down until I can make a right. Should be coming up soon. Right here. Ronnie Tariq. So, wall carving is carrying a torch for you. I think this is something for thieves, and I think it's actually this door here. City walls are too slick. You're walking through one of the, yeah, I know, twisty cities, twisty streets. Okay, so let's head back to the Gate Plaza. I have a here what you need, cause you so smart. Bookends. It got a donkey head on one side and an ass on the other. Makes a great gift. Yeah, thanks, Ali Chica. If you are exploring the desert, you should visit the dervish at his oasis. He's a very wise man. I gotta check what time it is. Mid-afternoon? Yeah, I think I could go and explore the desert a little bit. Okay, whoops. No! Why did I do that? Oh my gosh, it's taking forever. Good day, Effendi. Alright. Go back. And don't accidentally click too high up. And let's actually head this way. Oh my god, already? Yeah, I'm not fighting that yet. It's too strong. So if I go to the right far enough, I will come across a tree from this location. Hopefully I can get there without needing to worry about anything. Because the one thing I don't want to do is fight anything that can pretty much insta-kill me. I mean, the Saurus won't insta-kill me. Okay, perfect. So this is a tree. It is a, let's see, the plant almost looks like a woman. That is true. So this is actually kind of like Irana's piece. You can sleep here at night in the middle of the wilderness and not worry about anything attacking you. However, it's really not necessary because sleeping at the inn, which is just a few screens to the left, and then back into the city's always open day and night, so you can always go in. And when you do go in, you can just immediately go to the inn. However, you do kind of need to make sure that you have the key to the inn, which I don't have right now. So let me actually make sure that that's true. Yep, I do not have it, so I'm going to have to get it eventually. Typically, Shima will give it to you when you leave the inn at night. So he'll be like, we're probably going to lock up soon. Here's a key for you to come back in. So you'll always have access, and you never have to pay to sleep at the inn, and you never have to pay to eat there. So you're essentially an honored guest always. So you don't have to sleep at the tree. Which, the tree does have a name. So I'm going to head back to the inn real quick. And then I'm going to take a short break. Probably only about 5 minutes or so. Genuine Saurus foot trash can for Mother's Day. Show your mother what you think of her. Gonna go back into the Kata's Inn. Welcome, hero. And I'm gonna actually come in here. And then do this. And then I will go on a quick break. So I will be right back. Okie dokie. I am back. Okay. Let's see. So I actually do need to... If I rest here, he's probably going to tell me there's no point when I'm like a few feet away. Okay. Rest an hour, because I do kind of want it to be night. Or at least close to it. The nice thing about this one is that you can actually sleep until morning or until evening. But I don't want it to be too late. Sunset approaches, which is great. Welcome hero, and I think he should automatically say, if it's not now, it'll definitely be at night, but... Yep. Before you leave, Chadwick, I must give you something. In case you do not make it back to the inn before closing time, take our spare key. We lock the inn shortly after midnight. Take care not to lose it. A night spent on the stones of the plaza drags on forever. You take the key to the front door from Shamin. Hey, you! I got just a thing. A keychain with a real Shapir brass. Yeah, you've already offered this to me before. And I'm not going to accept it. Instead, what I'm going to do is throw rocks. Alright, so right now, my throwing skill is 111. Let's do throwing. And right now it's 111. And then let's turn up the speed. Grab a handful, grab a handful, grab a handful, grab a handful, handful. I want to get up to like 130 again, or 200. That would actually be really nice, since throwing rocks is so fast in this. In fact, I could probably pretty easily max out throwing on the first day before nightfall. Let's see how many I have. 210, perfect. So I'm going to start chucking these. Let's see if I can do this faster. It does have a maximum speed. Still pretty fast, though, by comparison to Quest for Glory 1. And the nice thing is that it does actually increase strength, agility, and vitality, as well as throwing. Pretty much any kind of physical activity that this does, which is great. What does that say? I guess I'm no longer overburdened, because I have plenty of stamina left. That's what I assumed it would be, because now I'm overburdened again. Now, unlike Quest for Glory 1, every time I go to pick up rocks, it does not automatically keep it on the hand in order to pick things up. It actually switches it over to the rock, which I then have to switch back to the hand. So that's kind of the slower part. But is there a button that makes it directly the hand? Help screen, save, cast last non-targeted spell, restore menu, restart game, save screenshot, quit the game, show their statistics, displays the map, that's the compass, show current time and day, tab is inventory. Really, tab? I guess I read that before and it didn't stick. Control I or tab shows the inventory list, the SCI version, and the icon bar, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so tab. Ah, yes. So this was how the inventory looks in the EGA version. This was also how the inventory looked in the EGA version of Quest for Glory 1 as well as 2. So it's nice that they actually threw this in here. I didn't realize that they did. So I could do this and then look at it, and then it's got the icons, but this is the quick way to see everything in a list form. which can be very helpful, especially if I want to see how many rocks I have, which is 200 rocks right there. Just keep chucking some more. I should probably actually change the box art that I'm using for this too on the stream, because right now it's set up as the VGA for Quest for Glory 1. So I think I'll do that in just a minute here, because I think I have the box art for it saved at the moment. Even though it's being covered up by the notes, but if I were to turn that off. All right, so throwing 129, vitality, agility, and strength are all going up. Strength is going up actually really fast. I like that. That's going to make life a lot easier. So is agility. This is actually a great way to be more competent in combat relatively easily, especially if you're going to fight Uhura. My stamina is very low, though, so... but I've got vigor pills, so I'm going to eat those. You feel refreshed, invigorated, ready to take on any challenge, at least for a while. The pill makes you thirsty, so you take out your water skin. You take a careful sip from your water skin. It tastes great. I think that in the EGA version, you had to manually type in drink. I don't remember if that's the case. I think so. It's been a long time since I've actually played the EGA version. But how much water do I have? Mostly full. All right, so now my skill, throwing skill is 129, so I'll update that on the list. 129. And I'm going to change the box art. Is it this one? Nope, it is box art. That would make a lot of sense. And I only have it for Quest for Glory 1, so I will find that real quick. QFG2. Throw that in here. No, not there. Here. And there we go. Save. Go here and there and do that. Okay. It's a bit small. Let me turn off my notes real quick. Where is it? Ooh, it's very small. There we go. Let's do that. It's been cropped out, that's why. Fix that real quick. This side too. I can make it a bit smaller. Line it up. Can this go down further? Yes, it can. So I'll do that and then that. Actually lower it so it's there. Perfect. Okay. And now I can actually show my notes again. Okay. That's a lot better. I don't even know why I didn't do that. Oh, I do know why I didn't do that before, because I started with Quest for Glory 1 today. But now it's set up for the rest of however long this is going to take me. I probably will be in Quest for Glory 2 for, oh gosh, probably a couple of days. Because I don't think getting your skills up is as horrible. I know luck does take a little longer than Quest for Glory 1 does, but it's not that bad. I haven't seen intelligence go up, but I also haven't dodged or parried yet, so... Okie dokie. So the time is, actually I can tell the time with Control T. Sunset approaches. All right, so let's grab a few more rocks and keep on chucking. Nope, I don't want to look. All right, let's see how many I've got. 210, perfect. Oh, so I believe the music is playing right now for nighttime. And the neat thing about Quest for Glory 2 is that when you're outside like you are now, and you can actually start seeing, because it's already getting dark, you'll start seeing the constellations in the sky as the night sky slowly starts to lose its light. And it's actually a great way to tell you what direction you're facing, because no matter what screen you're on, it'll always be the same 2 constellations in the night sky, depending on what direction you're facing. In this case, we have the Saurus on the left and a hand on the right. And if we continue to go further south, we will see the 2 other constellations, and that way you'll know what direction you're facing. Because eventually what happens is, let's say that Shapir is up here, you'll run down. After a few screens, it actually will kind of flip, and then you can continue to go north, which will reach a new area. And in order to get back to Shapir, you actually have to go down, and it will reach a midpoint, which will then flip it back up again, and then you're going back up until you come back to Shapir. So I'm not going to go running around right now. Actually going to bring this game speed back down again, and we will head back to Shapir. Because often, I do believe that Omar the Poet shows up at night. Now, excuse me, I don't think he's going to show up tonight, but he will show up. I think it might be day 2 or 3. So it is good. It is hoped you enjoyed your first sights of our beautiful city of Shapir. That's an interesting way to say that, though I think it's technically correct. So sitting down, let's Shima come and drop off some food. Tonight's meal is honeyed lamb with almonds and curried chicken. That sounds delicious. It is hoped you will enjoy yourself. And thank Shima. You are, of course, most welcome, my hero. Greet. It is a pleasure to see you, great hero. Order a meal. Certainly you do not wish for more food, more to eat. Order tea. You have some tea, hero. Oh, okay. Shima. My name in the language of our people means she of the dance. Dance. The dance that I performed was at one time to ready our people for battle and for fertility. Now it is only for fun. Daily news. Ask of me what you will, hero. I shall do my best to impart whatever knowledge I am able. Spielberg. If you had not returned our treasures to us, we would still be in that cold land, away from friends and family. Shapir. It is good to be here again. You will always be welcome in our inn for the help you have given that allowed us to return here. Inn. This is our home, this is your home as well as ours. Food. It is hoped that you will enjoy what I prepare. You have only to order it. Tea. The tea is made from fresh herbs and honey and is brewed by the sun. Fountain. The fountain is directly north of here. It is the source for all our water. Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild is northwest off the Plaza of the Fighters. Dinnerzad. Be wary of her. It is said she uses men. That makes sense, knowing her. Bazaar. People would come from far away to shop and browse in the bazaars of the Kata in Shapir and Rasir. Now, there is no bazaar at all in Rasir. Rasir. All Kata in that city were driven out of their homes there. Only my cousin Sharaf did not leave. I fear for him. Palace. The palace of the Sultan is east of our inn. You can see it over the gates from the plaza of the palace. Sultan. The Sultan here has always protected and welcomed our people. Kata. Our people were here long before your kind moved here. This land shall always be our home. We talked about Shapir Desert. There are many dangers in the desert. You must be careful there. Rasir. All Katawer are driven out, blah, blah, blah. Spielberg, and we have already talked about that. Family. All Kata are related in some manner to one another. And that's it. Cool. So I will eat the food. You have a wonderful meal. There are numerous salads, 2 main courses, fruit, hot mint tea, dessert, and all the bread you could want. You feel stuffed and content. Fortunately, your strenuous regimen as a hero prevents you from looking as round as Abdullah. Greet. Good day, my fine friend. I trust you are finding your stay in Shapir interesting. There is always so much to see and do here. Daily news. I have heard that Rasir has become a grim and unpleasant place, as I've already said before. Blah, blah, blah. I've already talked to him about all that stuff. Okay. Goodbye. Enjoy the sights of Shapir, O hero. Fantastic. Alrighty. Lively, isn't he? The musician seems too busy to answer you. However, I'm gonna give him some money. There's no need. He's already being paid for his services here by Shamin. Okay, cool. See if there's anything I can do outside. I doubt there's anything I can do in the rest of the city. I don't know why I'm not using my map. And I also don't know why I'm not running. Run. Okay. Let's see. I probably need to fill up my water skins. You fill your water skins with cool, clear water from the fountain. And I don't think there's really anything else I can do, because I also think the Fighters Guild is closed. Or rather, the Adventurers Hall. The doors are locked. A sign on the door says back at 8 a.m. Okay. So realistically, unless I want to go back outside and start hucking rocks again, it's best to actually stay in the inn. And I might actually do that for a little bit longer. My throwing is at 137, so it's actually advancing really well. So is my agility and strength at 129 and 128 and 129 respectively. Vitality's going up too, so those are all great signs. Feeling pretty comfortable about that. So we'll actually head out for just a little bit. If you are exploring the desert, you should visit the Dervish. Yeah, you said that. And I do plan to visit the Dervish eventually, but for now, it's time to huck some more rocks. So, I gotta speed it up. Game speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it's technically 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So that should be 200. 200 small rocks, perfect. And I had like 90 something stamina, so I've got plenty, so I don't have to worry about killing myself throwing rocks. And it was like 132, I think, for throwing, so we'll see how far this gets me. 128, 129, and I believe 132. So 128 for strength, 129 for agility, and 132 for throwing. So 133, 134, 145, and then vitality also went up as well. So that's pretty good. Let's just grab a few more, say about 50. Be a good amount. Perfect. Throw a little bit more. And then let's run back. May they be granted a happy evening, Effendi. I'm going to drop that speed again. Head back in. Welcome, hero. And take one more look at my character sheet. 135, 136, and 148. Those... why did my... Oh, yeah, because I threw 50 more rocks, of course. So, 135, 136, 148, and 120 for vitality. Those are all pretty good. I'm thinking once my throwing hits 150, my strength and agility are going to be pretty high up there. Not 150. Once my throwing hits 200, strength and agility should be somewhere between 175 to 190, and that'll be more than enough to really like bring it to Uhura and get weapon use and parry and dodging all in. Weapon use will actually be the hardest one to increase out of weapon use, parry, and dodge, because with parry and dodge, much like Quest for Glory 1, I can just sit there and spam it over and over again. Weapon use, not so much. I actually have to hit something in order to gain weapon use, and unfortunately, Uhura doesn't like to be hit. I mean, you can chain attack her often, but the best way to actually increase weapon use is to go out into the desert. So fighting like jackalmen, for example, or bandits will quickly increase weapon use. Excuse me. Will quickly increase weapon use by comparison to fighting Uhura, because you'll make contact with enemies far more frequently than you will against Uhura, who will dodge and block your attacks pretty frequently, which will not increase weapon use as effectively. So, but for now, I'm going to save the game, and I think that is the end of it. It's a little past 9 o'clock Eastern time, so it's just about time for me to start winding down for the night. So I hope that everyone that was here enjoyed it. Thanks for streaming. It was fun. Yeah, I have a great time. The fact that anybody's here paying attention to me is a blast. I've been loving it. I've had a lot of people watching and chatting pretty frequently. Oh, thanks for following, NB. I appreciate it. So, the other thing too is I was talking to a coworker who actually is on Twitch as well, and she mentioned that there should be something that I should do for the Discord. No, she mentioned Nightbot, and I haven't set up Nightbot for Twitch yet. So once I do, it's actually, I'm going to set it up so there can be certain notifications like the exclamation Discord, so you can see what that is. But for now, if you want to join the Discord, it is in the description. I encourage you to go there, because that's probably the best place that I'm going to set up notifications for when I go live, which will actually be Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and Sundays from 5 to 9. Sundays may be a little bit more because it's the weekend. So, but either way, I really appreciate everyone that came by and everyone who interacted. It's been a lot of fun. And I will see you all on, let's see, today's Wednesday. I'll see you guys on Friday. So take it easy and have a great night.